Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our first Flame Station event. We are very excited to welcome everyone who's joining us virtually from all over the world. We have an interesting lineup of conversations, a panel discussion, a number of interesting speakers. This topic of artificial intelligence is on everyone's lips, it seems, especially after the success with ChatGPT over the last few months. It is sadly also a greatly misunderstood type of technology, the most important and powerful technology we have ever created. I often think that people lie on one of two sides of a scale when I speak to my clients about this technology. On the one hand, you see people who think it is an absolute disaster. It's like Hollywood movies, killer robots, flying drones that's going to kill us all, take all our jobs. And I often tell them that this technology is not nearly as powerful as the media portrays. But on the other side of the scale, which is almost more important, are the people who are overly optimistic and who think that it's a silver bullet to fix all our societal and business problems. So where in the middle of that spectrum does this technology lie, and how can we practically use it in a responsible way? I trust that some of those messages are what you will get out of this meeting. You will hear about the practical business uses of artificial intelligence, but also very importantly, the ethics and the philosophy behind it, how regulators see it. And we're going to have a very interesting panel discussion. We invite you to submit your questions online, and we're going to try and get to as many of them as we can. And we will also post the event, answer the questions on the portal. But to open the event this morning, I'd like to welcome Oscar Stark, who is one of the co-founders of Flame Station.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the first ever Flame Station conference. I'm Oscar Stark, and with my co-founder Bruce Adrain, it's our privilege to actually welcome you to this inaugural event. You might be asking yourself the question, what is Flame Station? Well, Flame Station is an innovation impact center that we've set up to help support the development of entrepreneurial startups, typically taking a startup from idea through to commercialization and scaling in future. The nature of Flame Station is not only there to kind of appreciate the development of entrepreneurial expertise, but if we kind of look at the nature of how we've set up this entity, we operate in what we refer to as a phygital context, dealing with both a physical presence here in Braamfontein, from where we are broadcasting in Johannesburg, South Africa, and a digital context that actually allows us to collaborate with various partners across the globe. Talking about Flame Station, I'd like to also thank our Flame Station team who've pulled together this conference for us. If it's spearheaded by Lesedi Kunau and supported by Monica Bopape, Dushanka Nolan, Inga Rikoff, and Ruan Skutter. In the work that we do at Flame Station, technology is used as a tool to help enable and build capability within startups. Some would even say that technology actually serves as the great equalizer, allowing a startup to build capabilities that have traditionally only been held by large corporates. And in the work that we do with technology, we find that it's not just about the promise of what technology brings to the fore, but understanding some of the intricacies is actually quite critical to help ensure that you effectively deploy that technology. Having dealt with various technologies like cloud, blockchain, artificial intelligence has highlighted to us that in the magnitude of what it represents, it can serve as a significant differentiator for businesses that actually deploy it. But in that lies also the responsibility to ensure that artificial intelligence is used in a way that it doesn't adversely impact your business. This is actually quite important within the startup world, because with limited resources, you want to ensure that the way in which you deploy your technology, it actually yields the benefit as best possible. As Flame Station, we've done a lot of research into the topic, and we came across quite a few people who were asking similar questions. And this led us down a path to actually set up this conference to not only create a platform where people globally can engage around the topic of artificial intelligence, but also bring together a fantastic line of speakers that can help us understand not only the opportunity that lies in artificial intelligence, but also some of the peculiarities that need to be considered, especially if you want to deploy it responsibly. Our lineup of speakers will then today cover a variation of topics, and you've already had Professor Johan Steyn on screen. He's double-hatting as our MC, but he will later delve into the detail around how artificial intelligence can help your business. Professor Johan is the founder of AI for Business, which is an organization that investigates the use of artificial intelligence from different perspectives and advises businesses not only around the use but the responsible use of artificial intelligence. He's rated as one of the top 50 thinkers around artificial intelligence by Swiss Cognitive, and currently is an adjunct professor to the Wuxam University in India while serving as a research affiliate at the Stellenbosch University in South Africa. Thanks, Johan, for being our MC for the day. Next up, we'll have the pleasure of Mr. Akiva Bibi, who is the co-founder and CEO of SOVA, which is a fintech accelerator. Akiva is a well-traveled international speaker and has consulted various Fortune 500s around their startup aspirations outside of actually co-founding various ventures. He brings with him a depth of understanding around organizational dynamic and the difficulties to be able to compete in the complex business landscape that we find ourselves today. And in his talk, he'll share with us an appreciation around how SOVA has deployed artificial intelligence in their business, and perhaps proverbially lifting the covers to expose us to some of the practicalities to be considered around artificial intelligence. Lastly, we are being joined by Professor Marcus Krieps, all the way from London. Marcus is the founder of the Human Eye Institute and serves as a subject matter expert around artificial intelligence, consulting and guiding organizations like the Organization for Economic Cooperative Development and the United Nations. As a financial services veteran, he thoroughly understands the financial services market and all things related to risk management and conduct. And his depth of experience has seen him serve on various boards in financial institutions in Europe. Marcus is a keen technology adventurer, and it's safe to say that when he talks about a piece of technology, he's already had his hands quite dirty to appreciate the intricacies around it. Later on, he'll share with us the responsibility that we all carry around ethical use of artificial intelligence, as shared from his global perspective that typically guides organizations like the UN to provide guidance to their members. As you can hear, the panel that we have today carry a depth of understanding around the topic that you don't often stumble across. And there's an invite to all the attendees today to use the platform and submit questions. We'll venture to try and answer as many of these questions, time permitting, in a slot that will be running to the tail end of the agenda, which actually allows us to carry a panel discussion. Where we unfortunately can't attend to some of the questions, we do commit to ensure that post the conference, we'll answer all questions and share that back to the community of people that have subscribed to this event. Our panel discussion later on will be run by Ruan Skutte. He is an innovation specialist and futurist, part of our Flame Station team, and promises to ensure that we actually get to the nitty-gritty and sometimes less shared realities around the topic. With all that said and done, I'm appreciative that we are eager to kind of get into it, And I'd like to hand back to Professor Johan Stein, who will take us through artificial intelligence and how it can actually help your business.
How can artificial intelligence help your business? A lot of large corporates across the world are grappling with this. Many of them have reached a lot of success and maturity regarding these kind of technologies. A lot of them are struggling for reasons that I will explain during my talk today. But this technology is also very relevant to businesses or organizations of all sizes. Especially with cloud technology, you can utilize artificial intelligence tools on a consumption basis. So even if you're running quite a small firm, there are a lot of opportunities for you to use this technology in the right way. A lot of my background is working with business leaders around their strategy for approaching AI across their business, or I would often be called in for specific domains like human resources or marketing or procurement to help them with their strategy. Most of the meetings that I get with clients are about AI. And most of the meetings start with, we want to use AI in our business. The first question I ask my customers is, to do what? And often, that's when the meeting, right at the outset, becomes a little bit weird. The room full of people will look at each other and frown, waiting for one of the colleagues to answer. And I say, what do you want to do with AI? And often it would be because they've been to a conference, to an event, they read a book, or what happens a lot, and I think this is very dangerous, the team received a mandate from the top to start using AI. And then they want to AI everything without even knowing what it means. And I always try and just dumb it down a bit to make sure, are we talking about the same thing? Because we can so easily throw around terms like artificial intelligence, machine learning, Internet of Things, cloud technology, and the like. I've worked for some consulting firms, and I often joke that if you actually ask the consultant what they just meant with that terminology they used, you will see that they often don't. Because we just use these terms without really understanding what it is and how we can use it in a business. One of the benefits I bring, I believe, is the fact that I'm not very technical myself. So I'm dumb enough, if you would, to have to understand the business impact of this technology and help my clients through that. So in the last 8 years or so, every meeting that started with, we want to use AI, I've only done one AI application or implementation rather. I've done a lot more, but from those meetings. Because after speaking to the client and the team, I realized that they're trying to fix problems that technology cannot fix. They're trying to fix the culture or the leadership style or the ability to recruit talent. Now, yes, technology can work with all of those initiatives, but you can't just AI your culture problem. So one of the first things I want to say during my talk is just take a breath and step back a little bit. If you are thinking about AI in your business, as you should, what are the problems you are trying to solve for? I have fixed more business problems with spreadsheets, with Excel, than with AI. Use the tools that you have before you start looking at other tools, especially our big corporates. They've often spent millions of dollars in certain platforms and technologies and tools. First question is it fit for purpose? Are you using it correctly? Have you trained up your people? And so forth. It's quite common sense. Often when I do these talks, I start off by asking the audience, name some things that technology, and especially artificial intelligence, cannot do or cannot automate. And people will say things like consciousness or emotions. Those are correct. There's a number of things that technology can't do that only humans can do. You can't automate a toxic leadership culture or a toxic company culture. You can't automate people who don't understand their jobs, who haven't received the training they should have received, and so forth. But one of the things I love saying, tongue-in-cheek, is that you cannot automate common sense. And hopefully that's something you'll get out of my talk and out of this event today. forget about all the things you've read and heard about AI, because it's already formed a certain image in your mind. And it could be an image on the one hand of fear, like I've said earlier, or on the other hand of being over excited about it. Somewhere in the middle, we need to find the right place when it comes to AI in our businesses. There's 3 stories I want to tell before I get into my slide deck. I worked for one of our large banks about 8 or 9 years ago, and at the same time that we did our first proof of concept with a large consulting firm on artificial intelligence, I also became a father. And for some reason, I immediately connected the two. I've got this little baby boy, and I'm working with the most exciting and powerful technology I've ever seen. What will happen to him and his counterparts and his generation in 20 or 30 or 40 years from now, given where I can see this technology is going? So that is what really drives me in the work that I'm doing, is the future of our children, an ethical and responsible approach to artificial intelligence, which we will talk about a lot today. The second story is my father asked me one day about 2 years ago, what is all this AI stuff that I'm doing? I really struggled to explain it to him. Firstly, explaining AI and related technologies is not easy. I think if you ask 10 people, even in the field of AI, you will most likely get 10 different definitions. And that really troubled me, that I couldn't, without using the lingo we always use, like I've said earlier, ML, IoT, patterns, platforms, algorithms, I couldn't explain it to him. And then I came up with my own little way to explain it to him and to my son and to everyone I meet who are not working in the field. And I often have 4 icons on the screen. The one is of a eye, or the ability to see, and these 4 images will talk to the things we do when we perform work as humans. Typically, we can see, we can read an email, we can read an instruction, a request from a client, and so forth. Then there's a picture that will demonstrate execution. We have the ability as humans to actually do the work, create the quote, send the email back, and so forth. The third icon is about listening and hearing and understanding language, what people are saying. We don't only understand literally what people mean, but we've developed over the years the ability to understand nuances. We can pick up when somebody is frustrated. We can often pick up when somebody seems to be lying, but we understand languages and the intent behind it. And then the fourth picture would be like of a little graduation hat of a student, and it talks about learning. As humans, we keep on learning. We learn through our mistakes, but we learn through new information. And then I use those 4 icons to say, but this is what AI kind of technologies can do, really simplified. It has the ability to see. We call it computer vision. We talk about facial recognition, but we can extract data from documents and from patterns to make decisions and to understand what we are seeing. We then can use the algorithms to actually execute these tasks. Here we speak about the likes of robotic process automation, or these days we speak a lot about intelligent automation, automating certain work, often back office repetitive kind of work. We have the ability, or AI has the ability, like we as humans, to actually understand language. Now, if you use Siri, if you use your Google Home device or Alexa, it understands. It's called natural language understanding. In call centers, this is used a lot. We would often speak, without knowing it, to an AI, and it's not widely adopted yet, but it's very possible that you are speaking to an agent that is non-human, that can pick up the nuances, the frustrations, the sentiments in what you are saying. And then it can autonomously make a decision to escalate it to a human manager, or how to actually execute your request. And then fourthly, like humans, these models, these algorithms have the ability to learn and to keep on learning. And that's where we talk about machine learning and the like. The third story. I was asked by a large hospital group about 2 years ago to help them automate the front desk of their hospitals. And I think they have about 50 or 60 hospitals in our country. And if you've been to a hospital, well, especially here where we live, it's often very repetitive, mundane, paper-based kind of work. If you've been to the hospital or the doctor's rooms a few months ago, you are very likely will have to fill in the same kind of information again that they then have to try and extract from your handwritten document and the like. So it's quite repetitive. And especially if you walk into the hospital with pain or discomfort, You don't necessarily want to go through all that admin again. So it's a very ripe area for automation. So I walked into this boardroom. The leadership of the hospital group was there. They had these two big whiteboards drawn full of pictures and mind maps about how they're going to automate these front desks. And at the start of the meeting, I asked them two questions. Number one, firstly, have you actually spoken to these people whose jobs you are intending to automate? And have you actually spent time with them to understand their day-to-day jobs? And they said no. And remember, the execs are often 15 or 16 layers above the people on the ground whose work they're trying to AI or automate. And I said to them, I don't think this initiative will be a success. And I'm going to touch on it during my presentation today. Because you have to take people on the journey with you. If people have an inkling of they might lose their jobs, and the moment we speak about robots or automation or AI, a lot of people, and often rightfully so, fear that they're going to lose their jobs. And then you're going to metaphorically see the people storming the castle gate with pitchforks. If you want your initiative to fail or not to deliver the intended results, if you want change management initiatives to fail, if people think they might lose their jobs, you're already losing out. Now, we live in a real world. We can't kumbaya. We have KPIs and targets. Often we are left with the inevitable decision of what are we going to do with these people? And we have to grapple with that in an ethical way while still running a business successfully. That's a very difficult balancing act. But the second reason, so apart from the fact that you have to take people on the journey with you, is there's knowledge and experience and ways of working in those people's heads, so to speak. And at the level of execs, if you make a decision on what to automate, you will very likely miss out on some key things that can be automated. You might not automate the right things in the right way for the right reasons. I then asked them for permission to sit down with 20 of these administrative people over a coffee, very relaxed. I wanted to just ask them about their day-to-day jobs. What are they doing? What are they struggling with? What are some of their frustrations? There were a lot of things we could use technology for to help them. A lot of them complained about the fact that they had to go to one system, get the data, copy it into a spreadsheet, then export it into this thing. So it's all these systems, all these screens that you can fairly easily automate to make the life easier for people doing these kind of work. But their biggest problem was that the printer was too far away from them. And I often laugh or smile when I tell this story. On average, they told me, with every patient interaction, they had to walk to the printer 3 times. So I was called in as a so-called AI expert, although more than half the time I don't even think I know enough to nearly be called an expert. And my recommendation, amongst other things, to this board was bring the printer closer. And I know it sounds silly, and I want to go back to you can't automate common sense. We ended up improving their productivity with about 320%. With a combination of new technology, robotic process automation, making their lives easier, having to access less systems and so forth, of course that was part of it. But just the walking to the printer, because we brought the printer closer, also helped. So as a business leader, when you think about this technology, what is your bring the printer closer story? What are the common sense things you can do that doesn't need AI or even digital technology to make the life of your people who work for you easier and better? And that's why I like that TV program Undercover Boss. And it's often a challenge for execs. They're busy, there's board meetings, they work at a level that's difficult to understand. But it's often difficult for them to understand the day-to-day work that people are performing on the ground and to see how we can use these AI or automation initiatives to make a real impact on our workforce. Now I'm going to go into my slides, but I wanted to set the scene with that. Remember, it's not as powerful as we think it is, AI technology. We can be overly optimistic about it and think it can solve all our problems, or we can be so pessimistic that we don't even want to touch it. Remember to take people on the journey with you, and remember to utilize and listen to your people to understand what they are struggling with on a day-to-day basis. So I'm going to, in the time that I've left, quickly just cover this agenda. Is it our final invention? Is AI the last thing we will ever create? And will it destroy us? Great way to start a talk. But I won't depress you. We'll talk a bit about some practical applications in the business world. I want to talk about that common sense lens on your business strategy when you bring in this technology into your business. And then I'm just going to end off with this topic of how do we as humans work effectively with our digital counterparts. I often see in some of the clients I work with that they will bring in more digital twins, digital assistants, robots and the like to work alongside a team. But what we normally do is when we bring in a new human, we will introduce him or her to the team, we'll get to know them and so forth. When we bring in a digital counterpart, there's almost never some sort of change management, some sort of introduction. And what happens is people start fearing this technology, but we will get to that shortly. Here's a great book, and there are many books on this topic. Is AI our final invention? And again, as you look at this presentation, as you think about and find books, remember about this balance, because some books and some talks will be overly optimistic. It'll change the world for the good, and we're going to talk about that in our panel discussion a little bit later. Will it cause a utopian world? And it has the potential, this technology, to cause a very utopian world. Or will it cause us to live in a very dystopian world, almost an Orwellian world? I love George Orwell, 1984, and the more I read his book once a year, and even though he wrote about the Soviet era, the more I read his book, and the more I get to know about AI, the more I see the similarities. Is Big Brother watching us? You know, or do we have the thought police? I think we already have through our social media interactions and the like. But is this our last invention? A lot of indications are. Now, if we say AI, we're talking about a very wide term actually, a very misunderstood term. I think a better way of talking about it is non-human intelligence, or just smart technology. But the whole idea of intelligence, I think, is what makes people confused about it. Because remember, these algorithms, though it's becoming exponentially more powerful, are not like we as humans. They mimic us. We will get to some sort of a line in the short history before us, I guess, in the next few years, where AI might overtake our ability as humans to be intelligent. And that will be quite an ethical and a philosophical thing to grapple with. I think AI, in the broadest sense of the word, or smart technology, is our last invention. All other inventions that we will make as humans, technological inventions, will be based on this technology. Technology that can see patterns, that can make decisions, that can think to some extent. The other question to ask, and I love this topic, it's quite philosophical though, is what about consciousness? You might remember a few months ago that Google engineer who worked on that large language model platform said that it seemed that the platform was sentient, that the responses it gave him was like a human would, with consciousness. Now, even today, we don't really understand human consciousness. How does it develop? How did it develop in our evolutionary history and the like? What if AI develops a fight or flight awareness, like we have because of our consciousness? It's more than just the fight or flight of animals. It's a real human survival instinct. What if, and if you've seen Little Britain, that skid where they type on the computer and the computer says no. So what if AI starts disobeying us? What if we get to a place in time where AI makes decisions that is against human well-being, whether we've programmed it like that or not? And that's why this conversation that we'll have today, especially around the ethics and the future of AI, is so important. Because if we don't regulate it, if we don't control it, if it is just out of hand, there will most likely be a lot of problems in the future. Not for us, for our children, for their children. So is it our last invention? Yes. Like all human tools ever created, the tool itself is neutral. We as humans decide to use it for good or for bad. But in an age of generative AI, what if the tool is creating its own tools and we no longer control the creation of the human tool? We will no longer be able to control whether that tool is used for good or for bad. Now, if you've read a bit, if you watch the news, if you watch some of events like this as a business leader, you already know quite a bit, I would hope, about AI, about some of the use cases. When it comes to automation, if you think of any back office related, repetitive, administrative work, which forms a big part of any business. Those that kind of work is very automatable. Let me give you an example. So you might receive an email from a client saying, or requesting a quote. And what you typically would do with a human team is, firstly, is this a real client? Is it a client in good standing? In other words, can we actually sell to them, or do they owe us money? Then we would go look at, do we actually have stock? Or do we have a stock holding in our suppliers database, for instance? And what would be the time for delivery? It would be 5 days, for instance. We would work on we would quickly look at the agreements around, penalties and discounts and the like, and payment terms. And based on that, all of that data, we will create a quote, send it through, and then the client will hopefully accept the quote, and then we need to actually action this and invoice, etc. And that's a very simplified way of saying that. But everything I've just said is already highly automatable. Remember, the computer can see, it can extract information, so it can extract the request, understand the language and the intent of the client, automatically ping the database to see if we have stock and if we don't have stock, and if you have that kind of agreement with your vendors, to see if your vendors have stock, calculate based on their geographical location the estimated delivery date, ping the system to see whether there are penalties and discounts and the like involved, what the payment terms are, come up with a price, estimated delivery date, send it back. All of that can easily happen without human involvement. That's just one case study. The whole procure-to-pay area is highly automatable. But even the world of HR, when it comes to how we recruit, how we look at resumes or CVs, how we conduct interviews, how we onboard people, and that whole employee life cycle is very automatable already. And the balancing act there, of course, is you're dealing with people. So can we at least then get to a point as HR people, for instance, to be set free from this administrative burden in order to spend more face time, quality time as humans with other humans. Because there are things, nuances that we will pick up when we sit and have a coffee with a colleague that AI will not pick up, even though we have a lot of data often on the people who work for us. Somebody might be going through a divorce. They might have heard a day or two ago that they or their child have cancer. They might be very insecure about their job, and they might feel they're losing control, they're not trained enough, and so forth. Humans need to discover that from humans. And the ethos for me behind automation in this technology is, let's set people free from the kind of work that we never should have been doing in the first place, because it's taking our humanity away from us. And I'll talk about taking the robot out of the human in one of my last slides. So a lot of use cases for AI in business. Remember, common sense, use the technology you already have. Think about an area in your business that is most ready for AI. So your data quality, the business case behind it, the calculation around return on investment and the like, and start small so that you can fail quickly and fail small. Don't just AI your whole business. It will be a disaster. And again, can you see, hopefully, the common sense here? You don't need a person like me to tell you these things. But I've seen that we have such stars in front of our eyes when we work with AI that we forget to just think like humans do. The way I explain this technology to clients is through two circles. In the inner circle, you see what I call the smart technology ecosystem. So that's where all this stuff, this exciting AI stuff, ChatGPT, machine learning, sensors, etc., is in this ecosystem. And this ecosystem is becoming closer and closer together, it seems to me. You know, if you think of smart sensors, for instance, or Internet of Things, or edge technology, if you have, whether it's a security system in your office, or whether it is a water meter at a dam, or a weather station, etc., the way we did it in the past is we typically received all these signals, and we had a dashboard, and we as humans had to make decisions. We are now in an era where these sensors actually can interpret the data themselves and send other sensors instructions. Here's an example. If you have a bank branch, or depending on your security policies, is if your facial recognition camera at the front door says that somebody's trying to come in wearing a ski mask or a helmet, which means it might be an intruder or a burglar, that facial recognition platform instructs the door not to open, and it highlights the problem to security. It's not that somebody's sitting there looking at the screen saying, oh, we can't let this person in. You can automate the decisioning around these things. The challenge, however, in my experience when it comes to this technology in business, is that we often focus solely on this inner circle, on the tech. The tech is so exciting. We want to AI stuff. We want to automate everything we can. And the responsibility and the strategy of this technology is outsourced to our technology departments or to our technology vendors. Now, we do need our technologists. We do need our vendors. But the ownership and the responsibility and the strategy cannot sit with your vendor. It cannot sit with your tech department, even though you need them. It should sit at the top level of the business. The problem we have these days is that your so-called C-suite or your execs in especially larger businesses don't understand this technology. Studies globally show that up to 70% of business executives have no clue about what this technology can do, how powerful it can be, how limited it is, we can use it for, and so forth. Now, I'm not advocating that execs should become AI experts, not at all. I'm just saying, as business decision makers, as those who have the responsibility to run those businesses and, in effect, the well-being of your workforce, you should know enough about this technology to understand when your own IT people or your vendors are trying to pull the wool over your eyes. And again, AI everything. The problem with technology consulting firms, and I've worked for a number of them, is, of course, you've got targets, so you want to get into a client, help them with their strategy, implement the technology, and never leave. There's no IP handover, no training of their staff. So I often say that a successful vendor engagement is that when the vendor is done, you don't need them anymore for that engagement. You hopefully will need them for other things. But make sure that when you deal with vendors, and in the case with this technology, you will very likely not have the expertise in-house. You're going to have to work with some external people. Make sure that the engagement is a win-win engagement, but that you contract the handover of IP and the training of your own people. Now, in the outer circle, I will show you a number of things now. The reason, in my experience, why these AI initiatives often fail in business is not because of the tech. The tech is there. The tech can work if we use it correctly. It's because of the softer things. Now look at this and think about your own business. Let's start at the top. I often ask my clients who want to start using AI, have you thought about what your business will look like in 5 years from now? Given that there will be a lot more automated decisioning happening, that you will most likely have to get rid of people because of your automation initiatives, that you very likely don't have the in-house skills at the moment. Do you even have people that are what I call upskillable? Can you upskill your people? And what do these new career paths look like? And so forth. So you have to bring in or consult with organizational design specialists. The whole shape of your business might change in time as you start using this technology. Don't just think and have, again, the starry eyes about the AI that it's going to solve everything. It will fundamentally change the way you interact with your clients and with your own staff. We have to think about organizational design. Regulatory compliance, we're going to talk about it a bit again later today. In South Africa, we have POPIA, the Protection of Private Information Act. There are elements of it that talks about how we use algorithms in modeling our clients' behavior and the like. But we have no regulatory framework in this country, or in most countries in the world, sadly, around the ethical and responsible use of AI technologies. We will have the EU's AI Act in the next few months. That'll be interesting. The US and the UK and others are doing interesting work around it. In our country, we are nowhere. A lot of the large clients I deal with are forced now really to build their own regulatory compliance frameworks and their ethical compliance frameworks within their business. The question is not just, can we do this? In other words, can we use all the data that we have on our clients to come up with new products and services and the like? But should we do it? You know, here's an example. Our mobile phone providers cannot access our bank accounts, although a lot of them are becoming stronger in the financial services space. But my bank knows exactly what's happening in my bank account. And the reason is because every time I transact, I receive an SMS or a text message. So theoretically, my mobile phone provider sees the money flowing in and out of my account. But remember now, I have not given them permission to use that information. And I sometimes wonder, and I don't doubt that our local mobile providers are not compliant, I'm quite sure, because it's quite a regulated environment. But the temptation maybe of using that data coming through your SMS or text servers to actually know what's happening in your clients' bank accounts, their spending patterns, and to use that data to upsell or cross-sell products to them. According to privacy, they can only use the data I've given them permission to use and to use it for the intended purposes. It's maybe not the best example, but we have to think about this. We are actually harvesting so much more data on our own workforce and on our clients, and if we do it smartly and responsibly, it can be to great benefit. But the temptation to use this growing power, this big brother idea of really knowing what's happening in our clients' lives, and to use it for purposes, even if we mean it well, but purposes that equates to us not having permission to use it, that's a problem. So we don't have a regulatory framework in this country. We have to create our own ethical frameworks and train our staff to abide by it as we develop these AI algorithms. I've already mentioned the C-suite involvement. I cannot stress it enough. You cannot just have a mandate from the top about AIing stuff, because then people are, what's that saying, you've got a hammer and you're looking for a nail. You're going to find things to AI or automate all across the business if your KPI depends on it. And you will alienate people from what this technology can do, because these initiatives will fail often. It'll actually increase people's fear around automation and their jobs and so forth. So the C-suite cannot just mandate. Yes, of course you can mandate we need a cost reduction of 3% over the next financial year. And there are many ways of looking at achieving that. But you can't mandate this technology from the top if you don't understand how it's going to impact the ground level workforce and how it's going to impact your compliance to regulatory frameworks and the like. The next one is reskilling and upskilling. I've been in so many meetings where people said, we're not worried about automation, we're just going to upskill our people or reskill our people. It's such an easy thing to say. But again, remember where I started at the top, organizational design? If you start using this technology, what kind of workers will you need in the next few years? Do they even exist in your organization? Can you upskill your current workforce? You know, a lot of people are happy. They might have 5 or 10 years before retirement. They want to come in at 8, do their reports, leave at 4 or 5. They don't necessarily want to be upskilled. They don't want a new career. They're very good at what they're doing. But what are you going to do when you don't need them because the robots can do a better job? Again, there's that balance between running a business effectively and being a responsible business toward your people and your clients at the same time. Future skills, can you anticipate what kind of skills you will need in the future? How will you, especially if you're a big corporate, and I often forget what generation we're dealing with at the moment. I think somebody said Alpha the other day, X and Z, I've already lost count. But I don't know how we're going to get today's young people coming out of high school, out of university, to want to work for big corporates. It seems to be a problem for a lot of the clients I'm dealing with. They can put in bean bags, make it like a Google office, make it very exciting. It doesn't seem that youngsters want to work for these big corporates anymore. So what do we do with this generational problem, this technological challenge, and the future workforce? Given that we might not be able to upskill all our people, we might have to bring in new blood, so to speak. And then last one, and there's a lot more that I can put here, is again change management. Change management is not about stickers in the bathrooms, posters on the side of the walkway and the like, although those things play a role. But how do we, back to my bring the printer closer example, understand people's jobs, help them to see this technology in a positive way, because we've started small through a proof of concept or the like. They can actually see the results of it's making their lives better, and That's, I think, change management. Change management for me, and it's different in the virtual world, but it's those water cooler conversations. It's somebody telling a colleague, I don't have to do that report 10 o'clock on a Sunday for an 8 o'clock Monday meeting anymore. The AI or the robot's doing it. I may be just quickly overseeing it. Or whatever the example is. That's how we do it. Again, that's why it can't be top-down. It can't be the organizational wide. You have to start small. So just before I move on to my last slide, so think about this picture. Yes, of course, focus on the ecosystem. Look at the right technologies, whether you have it already, whether you need to bring in new platforms. But think about the outer circle and the many more that I haven't even listed here. The importance of people, the importance of doing this responsibly, taking people on the journey with you. You can see how it's coming back to people. Remember where I started? There's stuff that AI can't do that people can do. Common sense. Focus on the importance of people while still aiming effectiveness and efficiencies in your business through this technology. Here's what I call my take the robot out of the human slide. And with this I'm going to end. This is a slide I did for a banking client a year or two ago. They were asking about their corporate banking members or staff members that deal with these large accounts. How can they use automation technology to make their lives better? And I worked for a consulting firm, and we had all of them in the office. And you know, some of these bankers have been doing it for 30 or 40 years, and they were sitting there, arms crossed, leaning back, thinking, what are these consulting guys going to tell us now? And I started the event with this slide, and it's very simplified, but think about your own job, think about the people who work for you. If you divide your job function into 3 areas, like in this triangle, the bottom represents your very mundane, repetitive tasks. The middle, your more digital interactions, the technology you use and the like. But the top of the pyramid is what only humans can do. And what we asked these bankers, what is your ideal kind of day-to-day job? And they all said more time face-to-face with clients, but empowered with patterns and predictive analytics and technology to become more of a trusted advisor. And then we looked at the things that's taking up their time, and that was a lot of admin, a lot of reporting, a lot of arranging meetings, planning, travel, and the like. If you automate most of those things, then you are set free to do what you want to do, which is more face time with your clients. Think about your own job. If you think of a pie chart even, what is taking up your day typically, and what would an ideal picture look like? And how can you reach that middle ground through technology? If you do repetitive administrative kind of work, and all jobs have that to one extent or another, then you are already a robot. We don't have to fear the robots because we are robots. So take the robot out of the human by setting them free through the use of technology to do things that only humans can do. Intuition, problem solving, empathy. And again, I'm not saying we're going to kumbaya the whole business. People have jobs. We do need administrative functions and the like and reporting. But think about that inner circle and outer circle I just showed you, and think about this triangle. How do we set people free to move up this pyramid so that we can get the best out of the humans that work for us? And with that, I'm going to conclude. We have a few exciting sessions coming up following my discussion and the panel discussion, so we'll see you in a few seconds. Welcome back, everyone. I'm very pleased to invite our next speaker, Akiva Bieber, to come and speak to us about some, and Oscar's already introduced him, but a lot of wisdom and experience around using these technologies in business. Hopefully he will build on what I've said as a foundation, but it's very exciting, and Akiva, it gives me great joy to invite you here. Thank you.
So good morning. Hope my slide deck is up and running. I hope you all had your coffee. I had my artificial intelligence just now, which is sort of black coffee, a little bit of milk. So what I was going to focus on really was the practical applications of AI. And again, I can only talk from experience. So what will work here doesn't always work in every situation, as you can imagine. And hence, sort of one of my favorite quotes by a great statistician, George Box. He was sort of in the 20th century, one of the top statisticians in the UK. His statement was, all models are wrong, but some are useful. and really with that in mind, I mean, I guess that's really the mindset we always have to have when we look at any model creation, data creation, is really whatever solutions we have today, are tomorrow's problems. And I never forget, going back 20 years, there was a Harvard lecturer I was working with at the time, and that statement he said at the time, and I was a little bit too young to understand what he meant, was really around, today's problems and today's solutions are already tomorrow's problems. And that is a consistent theme that has just not gotten, any less. It's actually gotten more intense. And really with that in mind, I just wanted to kind of, before I jump in, just to highlight the speed at which change is happening. So, this is a movie, Her, 2013. I'm not recommending it. It's a bit of a hectic movie. They say it's a romantic comedy. I didn't find it that romantic, and I didn't find it that funny, but it's pretty dark. And what's amazing is you got Scarlett Johansson, who's this AI voice, and the main character, this guy develops this intimate relationship essentially with his companion. And what was amazing is kind of watch the movie back then, and it's like it's a sci-fi essentially. And then you fast forward today and you've got Replica, for example, which is got a whole lot of interesting questions going on about it, but it's really the start of exactly what happened in 2013, of you now have an AI companion which is able to mimic you and talk to you and form a relationship with you, etc. And what is amazing is, like 10 years ago, this was just a sci-fi. Today, it's a reality. And it, the voice and how it sounds today, how it's going to sound in a few months' time or years' time, maybe you will have a choice of choosing the Scarlett Johansson as your voice of choice. And I guess with that in mind, the key thing we've always got to keep in mind is the speed at which change happens. And one of my favorite little examples of this is with Goldman Sachs. And I mean, these guys have been around for over 100 years. And you imagine this little ant over there, as you can see, suddenly pops in their screen in 2014. And who's this ant? Ant Financial, part of the Alibaba group. And they were valued at 50% more. Actually, I'd say probably 100% more, because at that time, I think Goldman Sachs was about 88 billion. And suddenly Ant Financial comes in, and they're 150 billion valuation, and they're obviously going for similar markets, etc. And what that kind of story should tell all of us, and we should all be super conscious of it, is the speed at which change is happening now when it comes to not just artificial intelligence, any of the emerging markets, is pretty astronomical. So the real question that I always ask myself and our teams and anyone we're working with is, we do need to take these things seriously in terms of acting now. Like, we don't have, months or years even anymore. But with that, the word of caution, and we'll get to it later, is the importance of thinking slow. Like often we'll see throughout is people will act really fast, but the importance of just stopping and thinking and understanding what problems need to be solved. And really what I'm going to share with you today is just three simple takeaways that I hope are practically applicable to whoever is playing in this new space. Well, it's not that new anymore, AI. And it's really around, number one, problem solving. Two is around sort of what are some of the best practices. And again, I'm going to keep it super simple. So really highlighting, three key practices that are generally universally experienced by most of us playing in the AI space. And really what is the kind of the best talent? And really there is, the talent skill gap is a massive one. So how do we think about it, and how do, within big organizations, which I usually kind of sit on that side of the fence, you're really working between big organizations and your sort of your fintechs and your startups, this key debate and key question comes up all the time. So, when it comes to, solving problems, so just to kind of make it real, there was a great line I came across a while back, was we fail more often because of what? And keep in mind the failure rate when it comes to AI projects is insane. The amount of us that will fail in an AI project. We'll fail, why? Because of this. We really solve the wrong problems. And again, I could kind of go on and on about this, but it is such an essential one around thinking slow, around going before we solve problems, like, are we solving the right problems? Whether it's a big bank, whether it's, as Johan spoke about later, bring the printer closer, like simple stuff like that. We can often run down a route with kind of AI initiatives and data projects and end up solving all the wrong problems. And I want to kind of just go into this a little bit more depth. But before I do, just if I was to show you this image here, what would be your reaction, right? It would be what? Anger, a man who's got a lot of frustration, who's going to fight his way through this. That would be probably the context we have with this limited amount of data and insight. But if you kind of zoom out and you see the bigger picture, this is someone who just won a specific, rally, essentially. So you kind of got to stop and go, hey, when you see the bigger picture, the context is completely different, right? So over here, the real question we all got to ask ourselves is, when we're solving a problem, right, are we solving the right problem? And to kind of give you an example, is one of the banks we're working with, really big bank, classic style of, lots of resources, throwing it at sort of data projects. So what would you think the problem that they're trying to solve? So we would think anyone who's sort of run a business and knows the importance of commercials and what it means to run a business is you're solving the problem of the customer, or you're solving the problem of specific needs or products that the customer needs, right? So was it the customer experience that has been solved? Were we using design thinking to understand what the customer specifically needs and how the product's going to work with that customer? Was it around the commercials in terms of what's the commercial viability of this product going out to the customer? So the challenge was all of those were secondary questions, because the real primary problem that was getting solved was compliance, regulation, making sure we had due diligence all in place, etc., which is vitally important. But when that becomes the key problem to be solved, when it comes to an AI rollout, what happens is we can forget the initial purpose, which is to create a better experience, to create a better product, or create a better, offering, etc. So one of my favorite images kind of sums this up, and this is, Mike Tyson's, classic line that his coach had for him was, everyone has a plan till they get punched in the face. and really there it's the importance of understanding theory versus practice. We can have all the theory, and I think Johan kind of mentioned it earlier, you can have, the top thinkers in the world telling you what to do, but until you actually get in the ring and you fight, that's really where the rubber hits the road, excuse the pun. But more importantly, it's also where you face. Like if you're in a fight and you're facing the wrong direction, you're going to get smacked in your head. And the amount of times this happens with, large corporations or even small businesses when they're setting up is really, if you're focusing your energy and time on the wrong problems, you can really get hurt badly, especially when tech is moving so fast and competition is becoming universal and global. So suddenly I'm no longer competing with people in the market I'm in, I'm competing with people around the world. And those are like fundamental things when it comes to understanding, as a lot of us call it, what's the flywheel effect? And if any of you haven't kind of read about this, there's great research and insights on how to create a flywheel. But anyone in sort of the data world, the dream is really, how do you create a flywheel? How do you create something where you're creating better product, better pricing, everything's becoming better and faster and more affordable, better automation, etc., because you're using the data. But the challenge is this often just doesn't happen. Why? Because we've got 87% failure, right? So Venture Beat had this thing around 87% of AI projects fail. Gartner kind of pinned it at about 85%, whatever percent you want to call it, right? Those are big numbers. That means 1 in 10 of us, if any of you are playing with AI projects, there's 9 of you. If you've got 10 of you in the room, there's probably 9 of you who are going to fail, like fail completely. It's going to be a complete mess up. And that should really frighten anyone, you know, because, I mean, really, who wants to fail, right? And the question is, like, what are the failure? What are some of the kind of primary kind of drivers that make AI initiatives, which can create so much productivity and so much value add and competitive edge for any business out there? Why is it failing? And dramatically failing. You know, when I was reading up about the percentages around sort of the failure, practically what we've seen on the ground is, you know, it's way higher than that, because of those folks who kind of, inverted brackets, succeed, you know, their success is sometimes questionable, and the commercials of their success become even more questionable sometimes. You know, so you've got, like, you know, 1 in 100 sometimes who are really succeeding, but those who are succeeding and getting it right, they're really shooting the lights out, and they're doing things a little bit differently. So I guess just to kind of pause for a second on what are sort of 3 common themes. And again, there's hundreds of different things that cause these projects to fail. But the 3 that I wanted to kind of share with you are just 3 simple ones that are often very quickly overlooked. Because, as Johan said earlier, they can sometimes seem a little bit fluffy, but they become quite essential to any project that any of us have been involved with. You know, the number 1, I'd say, is psychology. So those who are making the decisions when it comes to problem solving and how we're going to use AI, you know, the people who are making it got to ask, what are their biases? What are the cognitive biases? What are the assumptions they have? Do they understand AI and what AI can do? Do they understand what its application is? Do they understand how engineers work with data? Do they understand how data works across the organization? Like, all those, call those little soft and fluffy things, have a massive impact on your decision makers. Because really, when you talk about psychology, we're talking about decision making. And if we're in a big organization, you know, ultimately, if we're going to get a budget set aside for this, you know, what influenced the decision makers, and which decision makers need to be influenced, and how do they need to be influenced, and what is currently influencing your decision makers? And again, those questions, if unanswered, can have a dramatic effect in terms of unintended consequences that will hit you later on down the line. The other, you know, super powerful element is power itself, agendas, politics, boards getting involved, etc., which are all part of how it would work in any normal big organization. And really knowing how to navigate that, because if that does not get navigated correctly, if the board's not brought on the journey, if certain key decision makers in your organization don't fully understand what's happening here, or, you know, it could even be something as simple as certain, you know, regulators within your organization, compliance folks, for example, don't fully understand the journey, and they can suddenly make the whole thing come to a stop. So those are like 2 key elements. But then one of my favorite one that also gets overlooked thoroughly, which kind of brings these 2 together, is this one here. You know, what's that? Slip and fall down carefully. So that's what happens when you have bad translation. You know, slip and fall down carefully. I hope that was not the intention of this sign. But really, you know, it's what a lot of us would call translators. And the ability of a translator are those people that can come in to any organization and be able to be a translator between the fintechs, the regulators, and the board and the executives. So in other words, someone who understands the languages and understands what the sort of benefits are, and they can describe those benefits to the various people in the organization. And the reason why translators are so important today is because, as Johan was saying earlier, you know, when you ask people, what does AI mean? You know, artificial intelligence. You can have an entire debate what artificial is and what intelligence is. You know, and again, if you're running an organization, you don't have time for an intellectual debate. You want to know, hey, how's this going to help our business? Who are the right people, the right skills to get? So really what you want is people who have real experience, who can come in and help you translate, number one, what is the company want? What does the business need in terms of its strategic focus? Like, do we understand what the strategic objectives are of our business and how we're going to compete in the next 2-3 years, so that when Mike Tyson does come in the ring, we don't get punched in the face and our business is suddenly losing hundreds of millions because we're losing market share. So your translators are there to kind of folks who can really understand what the strategic objective is, what the, call it the bigger landscape is globally in terms of how you competing in the market, and understand what engineers or what AI specialists or experts need to come in and really translate all the different expectations and align the various stakeholders to be able to work cohesively. Because if that's not there, it just creates an absolute mess. Because you can have the best intention, you know, but like the Mike Tyson thing, if you step in the ring and you're not ready for that fight, you know, all that money, time, and energy just gets thrown down. You know, so you know, if you can just get psychology and power and translation in place, you're kind of on a reasonably good start. And with that, you know, a great book, you know, Johan also mentioned a great book earlier. You know, I think anyone doing any big AI project, I highly recommend this book, How Big Things Get Done. It's not on AI specifically, it's really on project management, you know, because it's kind of like housekeeping. You can have the best intention of having all these great things in your house, but if you don't have basic housekeeping in place, it just, everything kind of blows up. And this book really, I must say, is highly recommended just in terms of some of the key insights. And he really goes a lot into this thing around thinking slow before acting fast. So if you're going to act now and jump in and solve the right problems, you know, make sure you're thinking about what the key problems are. And there's another sort of piece over here, you know, here is the link that I'll share with you as well, share these slides with you later. But they go into sort of 8 various reasons why failures happen. And again, there's more than 8 reasons why failures happen in any AI project. And just if you can just get 3 of them right, that's a good start. You know, firstly, solve the right problem. You know, focus on that. And, you know, just before I end this section, my favorite quote by old Winston Churchill is, "Never let a good crisis go to waste." And that really goes down to, you know, when you're looking at any problem, especially when it comes to data, right? Don't let that crisis go to waste. In other words, use the fear, the momentum that comes with it, the damage it can cause if you don't adopt the new ways of working and the new emerging tech. Use that to drive the changes. But if you're going to drive change and do proper change management, again, you know, make sure you got the right problem to solve. You're not just solving one little tiny aspect of the problem and then you misread the whole problem. So on that, the second part that I wanted to share with you was just around some of the best practices. And again, you know, whenever, you know, I'm always the first one to be nervous of saying best practices, because, you know, best practices today, in 20 years time, people look back and go, oh my golly, what were you guys talking about? But over here, I just want to share, again, just 3 simple areas of what you should focus on if you're going to practically put an AI initiative in place. So from a business case point of view, from a sponsorship point of view, and from a partnership point of view, you know, here are just 3 simple, I hope, reasonably simple things to consider. From a business case point of view, there's a great technique, and you can go search online. A guy, Gary, oh golly, I've forgotten what his surname is. Klein, that's right. He's a really, really smart thinker, and this process called a pre-mortem. So we've used it quite a number of times. It's a really fun technique of thinking about what problems could really happen, and the way to think about a pre-mortem in simple terms is, you know, I'm sure most of you know what a post-mortem is, you know, you've got a dead corpse here, and you've got to like work out like actually what happened, like how did the person land up here. So pre-mortem does the same thing. We kind of go, what would happen a year from now, 2 years from now? You want to do an AI initiative, or you're already doing an AI initiative. What are the things that can go seriously wrong? Like you have a public headline saying, here's how it went wrong, but like badly wrong. So what a pre-mortem does, it helps you as a team, and the whole idea of a pre-mortem, if you do decide to do it, is really get all the right stakeholders in and get a good facilitator in to help you manage the dynamics of that team to really think through this properly. But it really helps you to deal with one of the big psychological problems we have in many AI projects is overconfidence, where a team will come in and they'll they'll have way too much confidence in terms of their capability, in terms of the problem that they're trying to solve, their assumptions around what the problem is, and that overconfidence has a massive dire impact in terms of when the rubber does hit the road and when you actually are in the ring with Mike Tyson. It ends up that there are a whole lot of things that were just not thought of properly, and things can very quickly spiral out of control. So the pre-mortem's a great start to thinking about the worst case scenario, and there's something also called a pro-mortem where you think about the best case scenario, and then you essentially reverse engineer it and you plan backwards. You go, okay, if these are some of the fears that we're all feeling as a team, how do we now prioritize that and start putting plans in place and putting a real proper project plan in place that can preempt those things that you inevitably, intuitively know that can really mess you up as an organization in terms of getting to that flywheel effect of what AI can really do for you. The other crucial element we've seen firsthand every single time, not once or twice, but every single time, is if you don't have proper sponsorship, and I'll explain what that is, the AI project will not work. It's not that it might not work, there's like a 95% chance it will not work, never mind an 85% chance. And what is that sponsorship? And some of the examples that I'll give you, I mean, there's a big telco that we worked with a number of years ago, and they were doing a massive initiative across the organization. And really what sponsorship is that you've got key executive decision makers who are at the top of the organization, who are not just sitting on a board and hearing the highlights of what the project's about, but rather they're actively involved and they get a weekly or bi-weekly update in terms of how the initiative's rolling out. They sponsor the project. They sponsor, because essentially what's going to have to happen is, if you're going to really do real AI, it means you're going to have to work, if you're in a big organization, you have to work across different business units. You're going to have to get data from various silos across the company, and you're going to have to bring it all together, right? So to do that requires a lot of coordination. It also might require that maybe bringing in new startups, right? So now how do you now come up with new contracts? You want to bring in a startup into, say, a big incumbent organization that usually looks at a startup as a M&A, merger and acquisition, and this is going to take you, 6 to 8 months. The startup's looking at you like, are you insane? We don't have 6 to 8 months, we've got 6 to 8 weeks, right? So how do you now reconstruct your business to have new ways of contracting in new partners? How do you make sure that your CEO, your top executives are part of the decision making, so when blockages happen, they can unblock the system so that the blood flows quickly, that you can really get action and things happening. So I cannot tell you how important this really is, because again, it's one of those things like having a child, right? I could tell you all my advice on parenting, or even if you see a startup as a child, right? A startup person who's taken a startup and scaled it can tell you all the advice, but until you actually do it, you'll kind of see, oh man, if only you told me, but I did tell you, right? So here's the thing, when it comes to partnership, if you want to look at a great example of a company that we met in Berlin, there's a company called Axel Springer, a German media company, and Matthias, who was the CEO at the time, he did some exceptional things in terms of sponsoring digital change and sponsoring bringing in startups into the core of the business. I mean, I think they brought in something like 120 or something like that, startups into the core of their business, which obviously changed the very nature of how their business worked. But not only that, they had to completely redesign not just the architecture of their business, but also how they contract with all these new businesses coming in. And all those things don't happen on a, call it a middle management level. It has to happen from senior executives being part of the journey. And more importantly, senior executives, like most senior executives, they're not gods as much as they might want to be, but they're normal humans who don't have all the answers. So a lot of them really need to be trained up in terms of, what is this new environment? What is artificial intelligence? What are the key people who are really doing stuff? And like, there's a lot of smoke and mirrors in the space as well. So like, who really are the real ones and who aren't the real ones? And they need to be educated on what that looks like and what it means for their business. And then the last one, under sort of, some of the better practices, is really partnership. And what's amazing is, a great Boston Consulting article I highly recommend. They kind of had this sort of statistic of 1 out of 5 3x, 7x. What does that mean? What they were saying is, and keep in mind, just in this study that they did, they really focused not on tech savvy companies, they specifically focused on companies that were not tech savvy. Specifically because a lot of the tech savvy companies were much more mature in their AI journey. So they looked at companies who were still getting into the AI journey. So 95% of those companies said, we really need AI partnerships. Like, we cannot do it on our own. We need to go find AI experts, startups, scale-ups, accelerators, whatever you want to call it, that we can help us actually solve these problems with us. Of those businesses that decided that, you had 1 out of 5 of them that were able to do it well. In other words, they were able to get the partnership happening. So 1 out of 5, right, that's like 20%. So of those 20%, so you have only 1 out of 5 that are actually working, but those who were working, they were finding they were getting at least a 3x financial impact in terms of their financial success was 3 times better. And that's pretty impressive. Again, if you start doing the calculation on the numbers, you're not talking 10x, but 3x is not a bad start. And they found they had, like, when they say 7x, they get a 7x impact. It was 7x better, the likelihood of it integrating across the various business units. And these were very large organizations. They looked at about 600 companies across various sectors and various markets. They had a 7x ability to actually integrate it across various business units, which again makes your commercial success so much better, because it means you don't just have one business unit doing this, you have multiple business units doing it, and you're able to get a much better, not just a data view, but a better commercial view for the business. So on that, when it comes to really partnerships, the importance of partnerships is vital to a lot of organizational success. Why? Because if it's a big incumbent, and this is the challenge we've seen firsthand, as a big organization, what happens is you want to own the expertise. And a lot of the top AI experts in the world do not want to be owned, and we'll get to that later as well. So it's really coming up with a new way of working that you can get the best of both worlds. You can get the insight and the experience of the top experts without having to control them and hence lose them eventually. So the ability to partner and knowing how to partner, I would say if you can work that out, you're really on a good path. So the last element I really want to share with you was what we'd call the skills gap, which really talks to talent. Like, how do we understand talent in this new market space? So any of the stats you'll read today, you'll hear about the skills gap and how massive the skills gap is and how much it's costing us. But then on the flip side, you'll also hear a good story. And what's the good story? The good story is that you've got, like in South Africa, for example, you've got the government spending tens of millions of dollars of upskilling youngsters who are going into the space. If you look at one of my favorite markets all the time is to go look at Singapore in terms of how they've built their market up in terms of being a tech first marketplace. And they did this years ago together with the government, together with private organizations, together with educational institutions, etc. They said, we need to build the skills now, today. This is many, many years ago. And it's a journey, and it's a fantastic journey. But there's a fundamental problem. What's that problem we need to solve over here? The problem is work experience. Again, it's the Mike Tyson thing. I can read 100 books around what it is to fight. I can practice in the fighting ring. But until I've had a real fight, until I've walked into the ring, there's a massive difference. Again, like the child experience, when you raise a kid, you can give everyone the best kind of talks about what it means to raise kids, but until you've actually had it, that differentiator is massive. So to find people who have that experience is hugely difficult, and it's not an easy thing. And I wish I could say I had a golden bullet or a silver bullet, let's just say, that I could give you, but it really does require a lot of looking around and if you do find people out there who have real experience in this space, really stay close to them, get them in, and work different ways of how to work with them. Just know that the traditional way of owning them or trying to control all their IP, etc., it's not working for a lot of folks. But there are a lot of a lot of big incumbents out there who are getting it right. They're working ways of how to work differently with some of these really amazing, AI experts out there who are really getting it right. And the advantage it gives the business is just astronomical. So really, when it comes to this battle, excuse the battle analogy, but when you're in business long enough, you kind of see business as just one continuous battle. So when we're battling it out, like the battle of ownership versus partnership comes up every single time. And I one of the top IT folks I was working with in one of the big banks, he had such a great analogy for me. So we were doing a project. It was in India, using a whole lot of AI, experts over there, etc. And his analogy was this: compared to a cook and a master chef. And here we're specifically talking about talent and nurturing the best talent and the skills gap, and how do you actually understand and bring talent into your organization. So his analogy was, you've got a master chef. A master chef is just phenomenal. You're going to get the best meal possible. In other words, as an AI expert, this person's going to be able to cook up models for you that are really going to, instead of taking 8 months or a year, just to give an example, one of my close colleagues I work with did a project competing against a big consulting house, right? The consulting house had about 5 AI data experts, and it was against him, right? It took them about a month and a half, about 6 to 7 weeks to build their model. It took him within 24 hours, actually he said about 5 hours. 5 hours, right? One person versus 4 or 5 people taking, 6 to 8 weeks. And the accuracy of his model was phenomenal. So you're kind of going, look, that differentiator is not, it's an exponential differentiator. It's a differentiator between a master chef and a cook. A cook is someone the master chef can train. The cook will follow a recipe. The master chef will make you recipes you've never seen before. He'll delight you in ways that you never even thought were kind of possible, right? So, but the challenge is, if you think of it like a master chef, the real question you've got to ask yourself is, how do you keep a master chef? If you bring a master chef in and you say, you do this and you work like this, the guy's got like 20 different offers around the world that he can go to. He's going to go, well, no, stuff this, I'm going somewhere else, right? So to understand, when you get really top talent, you've got to understand that there's a journey on how you bring them in, how you attract them, how you retain them, how you incentivize them, and how you partner with them. Like, that is by no means a simple solution, and I'm not going to pretend to propose one here, but there are people who have done it many times before, and my kind of suggestion to any of you who are in this space of trying to find master chefs is think about it like that. Think about if you have to get some incredible talent, you don't want to own them. You don't want them to feel, I'm like restrained. You want to keep them open to the relationship and really get the best out of them and get them to train up your cooks, right? And those you can own. So on that note, I kind of wanted to kind of finish off on really, how do we unlock talent? And maybe over here, the thing to think about is really, in closing, is the elements that we've kind of gone through, which is really, number one is, from a problem solving point of view, when we've got top talent, if you've got a master chef in your company or you've got access to a master chef to partner with, you really want them to help you problem solve together. Because remember, like any good translator, the analogy I always like to give is imagine you're now going to Japan to do business. The only problem is, you and me, we don't speak Japanese, right? So we're going to go there, we're going to sit down at this table, and they're going to serve the food, and we're going to start having a conversation. There's a whole subculture and a whole non-spoken element that's happening in this whole interaction, right? That neither of us are going to probably pick up on, right? Why? Because maybe we don't have a familiarity with this particular culture. We don't understand how business is transacted on very detailed nuances. We don't understand that maybe a certain way of, a certain part of the meal is not going straight into business. It's actually just kind of the connection of the human beings. So if you take that into this problem solving context as well, if we go into Japan, you're saying Japan is essentially AI. We're going into a world where a lot of us don't necessarily have the skills and the language that's necessary. You want a translator to say, help me understand, like, what can we do with this? Or is this real? Is this not real? And really make sure that we're speaking the same language and that we're on the same page, essentially. I mean, it's that simple and that difficult, to put it lightly. And really, you want to make sure you've got certain master chefs close to you that when you start doing this, they'll help you see things and understand things that you didn't even think were possible for the next year, or not even think possible. You didn't even think of the application in terms of what it can do for your business and the future success of your business. And then obviously it comes to, you know, what are those best practices? So again, if you can just put basic things in, just make sure you do a pre-mortem, make sure you have the right sponsors, make sure you do have the right partners around you. Just simple stuff like that can make a massive difference. And then obviously, as we've spoken about, you know, make sure you got those master chefs, you know, close by. And with that, you know, this is a lovely picture I always kind of feel sums up what having an unfair competitive advantage looks like. Because an unfair competitive advantage means that you have started to master a flywheel effect. You have started to use data and automation and all the best stuff that new, call it emerging tech, has to offer. You've now got it underway. And when you do, the competitive advantage is astronomical. Like those who have mastered, whether it's the Amazons of the world, or in South Africa, you know, we've got, you know, Discovery, for example, is a good example of folks who've, you know, designed their own flywheel and really kind of mastered that. If you get that flywheel happening, the advantage it gives you in terms of what it does to your products, what it does to your pricing, what it does to the offering that you have for, you know, the folks, the customers like you and me, is massive. And really on that note, I want to just end off with one last line, which I love from sort of Margaret Mead, is you're absolutely unique. And what I mean by that is every single one of us, when we have a problem to solve and when we're engaged with AI initiatives, etc., you might feel that you're the only one, that you've never seen these problems before, or these are only problems unique to you. And really the message is, no. You're just like everyone else. You're absolutely unique, but you're just like everyone else. And really what that means is there is a community. And you know, one of the things I guess that, you know, that we're trying to do over here is kind of create some sort of community where instead of trying to work it out on your own, try get some of the best practices, best thinkers, best minds into sort of a community, whether it's a virtual community or a physical community, that you can start sharing and going, okay, we're solving these kind of problems. What are the things we need to look out for? And I think if we can structure those relationships correctly and those communities correctly, it is of significant importance. I mean, the kind of other elements that I haven't spoken about, but my colleagues will speak about more, is the unintended consequences that when we design these artificial intelligence solutions, there are a lot of unintended consequences that don't get thought of. You know, sometimes, you know, in business we'll solve business problems, but we won't realize that there are a whole lot of other knock-on effects that could be significantly terrible, or even get us closed down by the regulator, that haven't been properly thought through. And that's kind of where you want various perspectives and various people with, you know, thinking differently on these problems to kind of help us see the whole picture. So we're not just seeing little cut out parts of the picture. We're not just solving the problem in one tiny area, but we're kind of trying to see the whole problem, so that when we do solve for it, we're getting a much better outcome. And really on that note, I just wish you all the best. And on your AI initiatives, I hope you don't have Mike Tyson hitting you too hard in the face. Thank you.
Akiva, thank you. That was there was so much wisdom in what you shared. I was reminded of a saying that experience is what you get when you don't get what you want. I once had a client who said, "Stop selling me things or telling me things I can Google. Tell me about the mistakes you've made, the amount of times you've seen it gone wrong. Those are things I can't Google." And Akiva, I can see from just the wisdom that you were sharing that you've seen it gone wrong a lot of times, but also it going right a lot of times. And I think that's why businesses need people like you who can act as a wise guide, holding their hand on this technological journey. We are now going to have a 15-minute break. And then when we come back, Marcus Krebs is going to join us all the way from London, speaking on a very important topic, the responsible and ethical use of AI. That will be followed on by a panel discussion on the same topic before we wrap up the day. So go and have a coffee, stretch your legs, and we'll see you on the other side of this break.
Thank you for taking on today.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. I trust you had a great break. I also trust that you have found these sessions so far valuable. Next up, we've got Marcus Krebs all the way from the UK. First, I want to just ask you a few questions, Marcus. Thank you for joining us. How are you keeping today?
Too bad. It's been a busy month. In fact, it's been a busy year. I was hoping it might quieten down a little bit, but I think since the arrival of ChatGPT and some of the other generative AI flavors, it's been pretty busy, and I can see it being like that for a considerable time. And thank you for having me.
Yeah, we thank you for joining us all the way from London. Marcus, if people ask you at a cocktail party, what do you do? And you only have 1 or 2 minutes. I know this is an impossible question, but how would you answer that question?
Good question. I guess in a professional setting, I would give you a very quick rundown, elevator pitch of my professional background. So my background is really 30 years in banking, financial institutions, all different flavors, consumer retail banking, wholesale investment, and so on, and more than 20 years in risk management. I would say I'm not an AI expert, but what I do focus on is, and have been for a while, is actually conduct risk, embedding the right culture, the right behaviors. And over the time, this has also evolved into looking into what AI can do to augment human activities, but at the same time, what are some of the risks that are out there? Privately or as a hobby, I also use a little bit AI. I fly drones and I enhance them or augment them with additional AI, turning them into flying robots, collecting AL data. I do a lot of different things and wear quite a few different hats. So best way to find out is probably jumping on LinkedIn. Otherwise, we'd be here all day, and that's not the purpose of today's session.
Just one last question before I hand over to you, Marcus. Regulation often follows some sort of tragedy of sorts, something that really went wrong. If we think of seat belts, too many people started dying in car crashes in the early days, and they had to regulate and make laws around seat belts. Can we afford something really bad to go wrong, and what might that be for a lot more regulatory work in the AI space? Now, there are things, there's good positive things happening around the AI Act in the EU that we're looking forward to, etc. But must it really go bad? And what might that go bad look like?
So two things I think really concern me. Having seen how regulation works in the banking and financial services world, particularly operational risk, it takes an awful long time to develop this at Basel level, Bank of International Settlements, and then roll it out. So for instance, if you look at Nick Leeson, when Banks Bank went down, that was in, I think, 1995. And it wasn't until 2004 or 2005 until the last iteration of Basel actually came out and applied to banks globally. In this space, in the dynamic AI development world, we cannot afford any delays at that sort of level. So that's one concern. The other one is, and that's also, I guess, an overlap with financial institutions and technology generally, is AI is a borderless issue. It's a global issue. It's not going to stop anywhere. You can't contain it in South Africa. You can't contain it in Europe. You can't contain it in the US, in China, or anywhere else. So that means automatically any regulation that is being developed needs to come right from the top, United Nations level, for instance, and I've been quite active in this space. It needs to roll out globally, and it needs to be coordinated and aligned. If that doesn't happen, then ultimately we will end up with something similar we've seen in the banking world prior to the global financial crisis, which is regulatory arbitrage by the big tech companies and the corps. Now, from a risk perspective, yes, I am at heart a risk manager, but I like to look at both upside and downside of risks. I think there are huge opportunities. We heard a little bit during your session early on, and also what Akiva said, how work life can be rebalanced, I guess, how we can remove the robot out of the human and become more creative. However, if I look at this as a risk manager, I need to think, what's the base case, what's the best case, what's the worst case. The worst case is existential risk for humanity. There's a lot of talk about that, but ultimately it might actually look quite different than what people have in mind. And then, what's the base case? I think the base case will be that life is going to change fundamentally for everyone, certainly everyone involved with processes, procedures, technologies, companies. Unless you're completely isolated on an island, you're going to be impacted by this. One of the biggest challenges here is, of course, it's not necessarily technology. The technology just amplifies human behaviors and patterns. The biggest challenge, I think, is that humans, to this date, humanity has not solved to live with each other peacefully, whether or not we look at technologies such as AI or not. Until we overcome this, I think there's a big danger that AI amplifies and accelerates conflicts across the globe, and potentially at a borderless level where they become not easily containable anymore. That's my biggest concern at this point.
I think a lot of people don't realize what serious stuff this is that we are talking about. It's not just the tech and the bells and whistles. We really are talking about the future of our children and their children and beyond. Marcus, I really look forward to your presentation. A quick reminder to our delegates, if you have any questions, please add it into the platform. We would love to get to as many of them as we can. And with that, Marcus, I really look forward to hearing you, and I'm handing over to you now.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Let me see if the slides are coming up. Hopefully you can see this now. So this was actually a topic task that was set for me by FlameStation, and I looked at it and I thought, okay, now how am I going to deal with this? How am I going to break this down? My background is in financial services, a long time working on structured finance and structured transactions. And one way of doing that is really breaking down the thinking into digestible blocks. And that's exactly what I've been doing here. I've been trying to look at ethical and responsible use of AI by applying this, way of thinking, this thinking framework of the whens, the whys, the who's, the what's, the how's, the where's. And what I mean by that is, let's go here. So not necessarily in this order, but what I would like to cover today are the what's of ethical AI, responsible AI. So the key thematics, contextual and strategic setting, evolution of AI principles, because they are a very important backdrop to all of this, references and further information, awkward embedment and agency, and also give you some real tools to implement that, because ethics and responsibility, particular ethics, I think, is a very moldable, it's a bit like blue jelly. It's very moldable and very difficult to grasp, actually. So in order to do that, we need to come up with some thought frameworks, but also some contextual and thematical frameworks that then help you to implement that, both from a institutional perspective, but also understanding what is the contextual setting, what is the regulatory environment going to look like. So let's start with a question, really. And the question here is, what are the risks? What is the contextual and strategic setting that is required, the thinking at an organizational level to implement AI in an ethical and responsible way? And by the way, you will be getting a link to this sort of interactive presentation. There's an awful lot of reference materials in the back that I've included for you. So hopefully you'll be able to go on there and check them out for yourself. But this is really structuring my thinking for you in this place. Now, we heard early on from Kiva, I think it was, I can't remember the number, it was either 82 or 80% of all AI projects within organizations fail. And I'm at heart a risk manager, and I'm trying to understand what are the fundamental risks by deploying such a powerful and dynamic technology. And one way of doing that is really looking at some of the artificial intelligence databases that are out there. So this one is in the reference as well as a link, but this is called the AI Incident Database. And when I looked the other day, there are currently more than 3,000 incidents recorded. I sort of tried to break them down further in terms of risk buckets or risk taxonomy, what could actually go wrong. And we can start here. If you think AI cannot kill you or damage infrastructure, then actually that would be wrong. This is one of the early articles I found actually in that database. All the other ones are relatively new, but this one is an example about destruction of infrastructure and or death of some of the persons involved. So that is serious. And if you as an organization are considering to implement AI in your overall business model, you must give considerations to some of these serious risks. But then again, as a consumer of everyday items, most things you get these days, whether it is your smartphone, whether it is an Amazon Alexa, Google Home Hub, anything you can think of these days really has got embedded AI and is increasingly becoming an Internet of Things item. Now, you may not think necessarily these can cause harm, but here's an example where a GPS unit simply sent travelers the wrong way. And that's just one of the many examples that is out there where embedded AI can go wrong. But AI cannot just impact our physical lives, it also can take control and abuse potentially our online profiles, whether that is social media profiles, whether that is some bank account access, whether it is taking on deep fake identities and trying to get access to your wealth products. So from an insurance and from a banking perspective, we need to be mindful of all of these things. Then the next one here is, and we're moving away a little bit from the social media, but there's of course an overlap here as well. The next one is something we have recently seen increasingly happening with the advent of generative AI, and whether that's ChatGPT, Google Bard, or another tool, it doesn't really matter. But there is a real risk here that our human thought, our human intelligence is being manipulated by the AI to a point where we don't necessarily recognize it, or by the point we recognize it, it might be too late. And there have been several reported suicides around the globe since the arrival of ChatGPT. That has clearly impacted humans' behavior to the point where they've given up. And this is just one of these sad examples, unfortunately. Now, in terms of manipulation, it could be individual manipulation, but it also could be much wider on a bulk and wholesale basis. If you think about a few years ago, I think one of the tools that was used to manipulate the markets was Twitter, where someone tweeted saying the White House was attacked, and I think Barack Obama got badly injured, and the markets responded to that, and not necessarily just the human traders in the banks and the financial institutions, but also the algorithmic trading platforms were kicking in. And back at that point, this goes back a while now, there weren't any particular circuit breakers built into this technology. And as a result, we have seen financial markets respond to it. Now, technology has moved on. We have increasingly interconnectivity globally, but that means we could come across, generated images of some event happening that impact what the markets are doing. And then in this case, it turned out this was actually an AI-generated image of the Pentagon explosion. I can't remember when this was, also May, so not that long ago. But we are being confronted, and as an organization or from a business perspective, what we are trying to do is we're trying to make informed decisions. Now, that is getting increasingly difficult because we don't know if the decision we're going to make is a true informed decision or a manipulated, a fake, deep fake based, AI generated, image based decision. So the question is, and how can we verify that from an organizational point of view? Is it sometimes good? And I think it was a keyword who mentioned Daniel Kahneman's book, Thinking Fast and Slow. Sometimes it's actually good to deliberately either do nothing, which by the way is also doing something from a conduct risk perspective, and sit back and observe a little bit and think before taking sort of flip decisions that might turn on their head and turn out to be a huge risk. Now, I mentioned at the beginning, I do fly autonomous drones, or I build and program autonomous drones with AI. These drones are really small. If they crash, nothing really happens. No real damage being done. However, in the case of autonomous cars and self-driving vehicles, we have seen an awful lot of fatalities and crashes. I think the latest one I've come across was a Tesla going over a cliff somewhere in California and killing the whole family that was inside. It's awful. And if we rely on this technology and trust them with our lives, then we need to be aware of the risks that are involved into all of this. Then we have seen a variety of cases where users, consumers, in particular vulnerable users, so in particular teenagers with eating disorders in this case, have been exploited by the AI. Now, not deliberately, that probably was an error, but there was a National Eating Disorder Association that used an AI chatbot, and the AI chatbot, no idea what its data source was, but it basically went rogue and provided the wrong advice to a lot of these vulnerable people. And that's wrong. We need to be mindful of these risks, and we need to be aware how that can impact people's behaviors. So I think it was something Akiva also said early on. As an organization, when we implement all this stuff, we need to think about the strategic objectives. And I'll come to that specifically in a little while. But also, there seems to be an inherent trust that we trust the big tech companies, the Googles, the Metas, the Twitters, or X's, as it's called now, of this world, that they would have all the ethical behavior and ethical teams and responses built into all these tools that are putting out there into the market. Now, unfortunately, particularly in times where technology is coming under financial pressures and funding pressures, it turns out a lot of the ethical teams were the ones that were made redundant first. And that, I think, says two things. First of all, we shouldn't be trusting these technology companies. We should be doing our own independent verification when we deploy some of the tools they are putting out there, often for free, I should say. And obviously, when they put out a tool for free, then the product is ultimately the user, all of us. So we got to be mindful of that. And the other point is we need to embed ethical behaviors in organizations across the globe, particularly if they're developing this kind of stuff and putting it out in the market. So we need to be very mindful of that. And I think a lot of work needs doing. A little bit more general now from a risk perspective. I think often when we talk about AI, we talk about bias that's built into the system. And often what we've seen is AI actually amplifies human biases and prejudices, such as in this case. And again, we need to be mindful of that, what impact that can have on society. Similarly to here, the greater societal impact, it does threaten democracies, we got a midterm election in the US coming up in 2024. There's elections around the globe. How is AI being used? And have we actually learned from Cambridge Analytica? I don't think we have. So the question is now, how is AI being used to influence opinion and ultimately, how people tick at the ballot box? And then more generally, we need to be mindful of, and I think it was either Akiva or Johan who said this earlier on as well, the more that AI becomes integrated in our lives and the more it actually gains agency over physical objects, whether that's a self-driving car or a drone. At some point we might have household robots or robots for elderly care. We need to be mindful that when these things are deployed, there is the risk for harm, both physical and mental well-being, and for injuries as well as death. And I think we will see increasing cases of those, so we need to be mindful of them. Now, this was the perspective from, what can go wrong. So the question is then, how do risk managers think about the AI within their organizations? And what I'd like to share with you is a brand new survey that came out, I think, a couple of weeks ago from the World Economic Forum. Probably not necessarily statistically representative, because I think they only asked 24, 25 chief risk officers, or only got 24 responses. But still, this is quite interesting, I think, because they were asking these chief risk officers from some rather big global companies across different sectors. They were asking them, do you expect a material impact of AI on business areas in 2023? And if so, which? And you can see here magnified, the response by these CIOs was, yes, we do expect an impact on the business model. 72% actually said that. We do expect a huge impact on the operating model, again, 72%. And the financial model, I guess, in most organizations is something that requires longer term to adjust and amend over time. And as a result of this, this was, less impact, but still almost half of them came back and said, yep, it's going to impact that. Now, the second question they asked them, which is equally interesting, was in the perspective of the chief risk officer, is the development and deployment of these technologies outpacing the management of the ethical and societal risks? And interestingly here is, I think there is a recognition by most of them where they say, yes, ethical societal risks posed by AI technologies are actually outpacing them, but we also understanding what they are. So it sounds like we're understanding there is a need to address it. However, it's moving rather quickly, and we should potentially consider slowing some of this down. I think realistically that's not going to happen, despite that letter that was put out there a few months ago. So that is going to continue. Which then really brings me to the last question. Do you think the development of regulation and guardrails needs to be accelerated? And yes, similar to what I said at the beginning, one of the big risks is really that regulation in this space is falling behind, and the large majority of 91% here felt similarly. It needs to speed up, and it also needs to be globally coordinated, because otherwise it's rather pointless, to be honest. So this was something that Akiva mentioned in his session. He was talking about key strategic objectives, particularly with a focus from implementing AI within the business. I'd like to take a step up or two and would say these two questions, they apply to any organization. It doesn't matter if it's a corporate, if it's a not-for-profit, if it's a university, if it's a government body, public service body. But really the question is, ultimately we should ask us, what are the two most important key strategic objectives of any organization? And it ultimately comes back to two. But it's interesting when you ask these questions to CEOs, particularly of corporates, they usually say, oh, stakeholder value, shareholder value, profit, that kind of stuff. So financial incentivization. I would argue something different, and that applies both to the individual organization, but also in the context of today's AI-Ference, you could argue it also applies somewhat to humanity at large. And the first thing that comes to mind here is really survival. As an organization, as a race, as humanity, we want to survive. We are faced with emergencies out there. We're seeing the impact that climate change is having across the globe. I think I listened to a session from Mo Gardat the other day, and the link is also in the references. He was talking about, if you think climate change is going to be bad, wait for artificial intelligence if it's not being kept intact. So the first one is really survival, the going concern of the organization and the going concern of humanity at large. But that's not good enough, because if you just survive, chances are, there isn't going to be water, there isn't going to be electricity, there isn't whatever, no utilities available. We need a bit more than that. So really what we want to strive for is, as an organization and as humanity, we want to ensure survival, but with a long-term sustainable benefit. Now, I usually use this slide in a risk management context. And when I talk to corporate organizations, I say, I understand you need to make some profit. So you could argue there's a long-term sustainable profit, both in terms of financial, but in terms of reputational impact. How is the society considering and looking at you as an organization? If you're an NGO, if you're a public service body, if you're a government, then the long-term sustainable benefit will really be a societal benefit, a benefit for the greater good. But regardless of that, these are very important key strategic objectives. If you don't implement them, you kind of, you're lost, because the alternative is death, ultimately, long-term or short-term death. So these are very, very important. That was the sort of introduction and the why. Now the question is then, let's go to when. When did this all start? When do we need to implement that? And in order to do that, I want to take you on a quick journey really through AI ethics evolution, because that's what today's my presentation is ultimately about. So when I look at the global ethics development timeline, and I put there TBC because ultimately this continues, it's never going to stop. And artificial intelligence as a technology has been around for a good 70 years now. So that's not particularly new either. So we need to find a starting point for what I would call the sort of modern AI ethics development. And that really starts in early 2017 with the so-called Asilomar AI principles by the Future of Life Institute. Basically, they put a letter out. This was 23 principles. They were signed by a lot of prominent people, including Stephen Hawking, Elon Musk signed them as well, Bill Gates and others. And then over time, they have developed further on. And then I think from an international regulatory and governance perspective, there's another one that's also equally important, which is the principles of AI from the OECD. And I think there's a revised version just about to come out or has come out recently. So these are all the sort of external AI ethics guidelines that are currently there, and they were listed in the slides when you get them. Now, coming back to what I think it was Oscar at the beginning, and then also what Johan said, my background is, I wear quite a few hats, and since 2013, I've been an advisor to the United Nations in the risk management of regulatory systems space, which is covering across a whole range of areas, including disaster recovery, pandemic crisis response, pandemic risk management, cybersecurity of autonomous vehicles. And in November 2020, within my UN grouping there, I tabled an initiative suggesting we need to come up with a global regulatory recommendation, some kind of soft law around AI, because if you don't do that, then there's really an existential risk for humanity. Now, luckily, that was taken on board, and we developed internally what we called AI and our tech regulatory initiative. So that includes artificial intelligence, neurotechnology, and robotics. Because I think it's important to recognize AI on its own is usually connected to something, or increasingly connected to something. That could either be a industrial robot, it could be a retail consumer type robot, but it also could be increasingly devices that you attach to your body, whether that's a Fitbit, an Apple sports watch, or whatever they're called, or some kind of sensors even that read the brain activity and pulse and other biological factors. So over time, you can see we developed this internally, but I kind of hit a bit of a wall because I had some scope constraints. And as a result of that, this was then earlier this year elevated at what is known as WP6, Working Party 6 level. In a formal project, I developed with an international expert team, a white paper on a recommendation for the United Nations that went through a whole administrative, bureaucratic procedure, including a public consultation and public review that closed in 10th of July. And the paper that's now being prepared will go to the United Nations annual session in November 2023. And it also includes actually a comment about autonomous weapons, which is something where there isn't any international agreement yet. So it remains to be seen what comes out of that. There's different options we're suggesting, but it could be something along the lines of United Nations treaty or convention, particularly on the focus on AI embedded within products and other digital technologies embedded within products, but that covers a whole range. It could be a UN declaration, UN recommendation, or some kind of other common regulatory framework. That is something for the 193 governments to decide and the member states of the UN, but we've put the foundations in place to doing something along these lines. Now, we talked about the when and the timeline. Let's have a little bit look at the what. So what are the key thematics that should be covered when you are considering ethics and responsible AI with a new organization? As I said at the beginning, this is it's a bit like blue jelly. It's quite moldable and quite shapeable, and putting it in a framework is a bit of a challenge. But because I do also academic work, I've looked at some of the work that has been done previously, and lucky enough, I don't think we need to necessarily reinvent the wheel. There is a good, what I would call, ethics baseline foundation out there, and that is based on, particularly on this paper, which summarizes research that has been done in this space over the last few years. I think it's 38, possibly more than 38 papers. And you can see the sort of 8 building blocks from a thematics and ethical perspective that feed into that. I've listed them out here, and I'll go briefly through some of them, maybe not all of them. So from a privacy angle, you can see, it's important to get the consent of the user. The user should ultimately have the control over the use of the data. There needs to be an ability to restrict the processing by the data processor. There needs to be a right to erasure and the right to be forgotten by the organization. There's a lot of talk out there in the market about privacy by design. So how can we build this in? And privacy in particular is a strong element, whether you look at the EU Artificial Intelligence Act, I think the United States are waking up to the fact that personal data is very, very important. Think about TikTok, think about some of the other Chinese organizations that are facing increasing scrutiny in the US. Then, of course, accountability. So as an organization using AI, you should be accountable to your users. That includes things like impact assessments. It also looks at environmental responsibility, liability, and legal responsibility. So even if you haven't got necessarily AI-specific regulation in your country yet, you will have data protection requirements, you will have other legal requirements, how that data is being handled. And as a result, you as an organization are actually will be held accountable if things go wrong. And we've seen in the past that can be, I can't remember how big the fine was for Meta early in the year, I think it was 1.3 billion. So these fines, particularly under GDPR and under some of the European regulation, which by the way applies globally, are fundamental and are substantial, and you need to be mindful of that. Safety and security, I think, is an important aspect. And coming back to the risks that are highlighted to you early on, including some of the harms and including death, risk to infrastructure, this all needs to be built in. And security by design and security in general is an important theme that all of us as users of AI and producers of AI should consider. Transparency and explainability is not necessarily something new. So we've seen this particularly in financial products. Imagine you are a mortgagee, you go to your bank or you want to get an insurance from your company, and you want to understand how the pricing is calculated, why your credit score is a certain level. So there needs to be an ability to understand what the AI has done and how they arrived at a credit score. It needs to be explainable. And also as a user, you need to have the right to request that information from the organization. Regulatory reporting is equally important. Something that comes to mind is, I think OpenAI put out a message last week or the week before saying they cannot anymore determine whether information provided by ChatGPT has been derived somewhere from the internet or whether it has been hallucinated or made up by ChatGPT. Now, that is important because if you in future are dealing with chatbots, with people, you're thinking you're dealing with people, but you're actually not dealing with people, you're dealing with an AI. At least I would like to know who am I dealing with? And my son, he's 19 now, he's learning cybersecurity, and he was showing me an app from Apple the other day. It takes about 20 minutes to learn or train the AI, but once he's done that, he can put a text input into his phone, and the text then speaks like he speaks, and the similarities are ridiculously. It really concerned me because we've seen this being used for fraud cases, particularly in the US, and I can see an increasing rise of using AI in such fashion. So as such, we need to have that trusted relationship and understand who we're dealing with. And if we haven't got transparency and explainability, we won't be able to do that. Then we've got very, very important fairness and non-discrimination. So the AI should treat everyone equal, and we've seen in the past that hasn't happened. If you're familiar with the film Coded Bias, you will have seen how this works out or not in that case. If you haven't watched the film, I'll put the YouTube link in the reference. It's well worth checking out. So we need to have an inclusiveness in design and in impact built into all of the stuff we're using. Human control, that is probably one of the most important ones. And I think Akiva and also Johan mentioned this early on. Ultimately, we should always be in a final position to say yes or no. And I'm not just talking about autonomous weapons or control of nuclear weapons. I'm talking about everything where's AI being used. We must ultimately stay in control of the technology. If we do give that up, then AI ultimately will take over. And that ties in also with professional responsibility. As an organization, we are responsible for the products and the tools we are providing to our customers and putting out there. And coming back to the informed decision making, you only can make the informed decisions if the tool is actually accurate in the predictions, in the measurements that's making. So there needs to be some sort of integrity built in, and multi-stakeholder collaboration is equally important. So whenever you put something out, you should consult with your ultimate user base of this tool, and not just not just put it upon them and say, well, here you go, you deal with it. That's not good enough. And obviously here, consideration of long-term effects that ties in with this long-term sustainable benefit I mentioned earlier on. Promotion of human values, often referred to as human-centered AI, I think is getting increasingly important, because ultimately, Akiva was talking about the pre-mortem. I usually call it the beginning with the end in mind. The question is really, ultimately, why are we doing this, and what is the benefit both for us as an organization, but also what is the benefit to the individual user, the consumer, but ultimately, what is the benefit to the societal impact overall? If we forget that, there's a huge reputational risk, regulatory implications also. The question is then really coming from this sort of little bit academic piece of work. I said earlier on, there isn't actually anything aligned out there globally yet. The only thing that is out there from a global policy recommendations perspective is the UNESCO's recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence. And I tried to compare that a little bit with the sort of 8 pillars that I just shared with you and what the differences are. You can see here the differences are highlighted. So the white ones are fairly similar to what I just showed you, but because the UNESCO is, of course, human rights centered, they will also focus on multi-stakeholder adaptive governance, collaboration, sustainability, in particular the 17 Sustainable Development Goals are very important, as well as awareness and literacy, and proportionality and do no harm. That reminds me of something also Akiva said earlier on. There is a bit of a danger here, because AI could go 2 ways. It could make services more accessible and more distributed, but at the same time, it also could increase the digital divide, and that means some people will be cut out from access to technology, from access to products, and we need to keep this in mind. And that's, I think, one of the reasons why it's worthwhile taking a look at UNESCO's recommendation on the ethics of AI when you're trying to implement this within your organization, because there's some very valid points in here that are worthwhile considering. So that was the what. Let's talk a little bit about the who. So who are the users of ethical and responsible AI, and who is responsible for implementing it within your organization? And ultimately, the answer to this is, and if I take my risk manager's hat and look at the 3 lines of defense model, I would argue the risk is owned by everyone, and hence I would also argue here everyone is responsible for ethical and responsible AI within the organization and for the use of it. Now, of course, before we get to this point, there are some challenges in incorporating ethics within your organization. And these are broken down. This is based on some academic research, but sort of surveying market participants, particularly developers and ethical developers within organizations. The kind of 3 points or 3 areas that were looked at were, what are the barriers and the challenges? How great is actually familiarity with ethical principles within the development community? And then also, maybe most importantly, if you haven't got the authority or delegated authority within your organization, and if you haven't got the agency to intervene and implement real change, what is the point? So if you look at the barriers and challenges first, you can, I think, see here from the buckets how these been pulled together. The concepts that are underlying this is really usually falling into one of these four big buckets. So it's a lack of knowledge and understanding of how AI works, lack of foresight, AI technology related things. Often we forget that the old GIGO, garbage in, garbage out principle still applies. So all happens really with the data quality that is being fed into that. And if you break that down further, you end up with two categories. One is human-related challenges, and that's why I think I enjoy this area so much, because the conduct risk and the culture embedment I've been working in, a lot of that really relates to human challenges, technology-related challenges. Yes, they are often data-driven. They are also, of course, model and algorithm-driven, but ultimately it comes down to how you implement all this stuff. And that means it's important to have a development team within your organization that is, I would say, at least reasonably familiar with ethical concepts, the 8 buckets I showed you early on. If you're not familiar with those, and you can see here based on this is a fairly recent survey, 87% of the developers, they didn't really care, because the incentive is to build a shiny new product. The incentive isn't necessary to make sure that product is safe, it respects privacy, fairness, and these kind of things. So you as an organization need to sensitize your developers to make sure they are aligned with your strategic objectives ultimately. And then, of course, you also need to give them authority and the agency to intervene. So the question is, can they escalate? Can they do anything about it or not? And if they can't, then you need to think about it from your almost organizational setup. So old-fashioned management, delegating down, escalating up, but you need to provide escalation routes, and you need to provide proper delegated authorities in order to enable that. Now, the next 3 pages, I want to give you an organizational-wide ethical framework, and then I want to look a little bit at quantitative components and qualitative components. All of these are part of a bigger framework, which I call the HIPACA, or the Human AI Paradigm for Ethics, Conducts, and Risk, which is available via the OECD AI Toolbox. This goes back to research that I started in 2013 and then further refined it in 2015-16. So I built some what I call conduct risk paradigms. One was originally for banks in particular, because that's the domain I'm working in. I then shared this with the United Nations in 2017, and they said to me, if you manage to remove the F word from this, F for financial, then it becomes actually universally applicable. And on the back of that, someone reached out to me and said, actually, now with all this AI stuff going on, there is an opportunity for you to develop your existing paradigm, which is available on the UN website, into something further that might help with the ethical implementation across organizations. So actually, that's a good point. So my starting point was the universal conduct risk paradigm. And if you look at that and compare it with HIPACA, there is actually quite a bit of overlap here. But there's some elements that I think are important if you want to implement a sound ethical framework within your organization. And first one is, you need to think about governance. You need to think about who is responsible for this, who sets the strategic objectives. Typically it's the board, the C-suite. But then you also should think about diverse multi-stakeholder inputs as you build your tool out, and where would that sit? And then you should think about, are you actually having an ethics officer and or an ethics committee? The way this could look like is actually in some of the references there, and I will point you to an organization which I'm aligned with. It's called For Humanity. They have done an awful lot of work in this place, and they've put a paper out about an ethics committee. Now I can see increasingly more organizations talking about this, because there is recognition that needs to be implemented. Then we got also human oversight. I think that's a foundation that cuts across everything. It needs to be in place. The next sort of bucket is ownership and accountability. And you can see already there's a bit of an overlap with the foundational principles we talked about early on. So who is ultimately responsible for the tool or the decisions that are made by the tool? You cannot say, Johan gave the example early on of Little Britain, where the computer says no, and then it's sorry, it's not me, it's the computer made that decision. If you work in an insurance company, bank, you can't say, well, you didn't get the loan, you didn't get the mortgage, you didn't get the credit because the computer said no. Nope, you can't do that. You can't abdicate your responsibility. Ultimately, someone within the organization needs to be responsible, and you need to have a clearly defined oversight by the board. Then from a sort of AI program implementation perspective, Akiva actually gave you a good structure already, how to go about implementing all of this. But you need to be aware that business will have different requirements than compliance. So there's a natural push and pull relationship, and you need to find the right balance where this works for both of them. And ultimately, I think in a financial world, we usually got an audit. You got an internal audit, you got an external audit. I think there's also room for having an audit focus specifically on the implementation of AI within your organization. In addition to that, there should be an independent audit of AI systems, which again is something that for humanity is recommending. And I can see increasing references in market suggesting, yes, we need that, including some of the big techs like OpenAI saying, we need a regulation and we need an independent audit that is actually looking at what we're doing, because otherwise you've got this intrinsic conflict of interest and pressure by internal corporate incentives, and that means you can't have that audit hat on necessarily. But the audit involvement would also include thematic reviews regularly, deep dives into the data, deep dives into the algorithms, deep dives into the hopefully not black box, because if you've got black box, it'll be increasingly difficult to understand what the AI is actually doing. So that's the organizational-wide ethical framework. If we then look at some of the quantitative components that would fit in with that, and I'm sort of speeding up a little bit here, but you can see what are the ethical challenges, the risk, and the misconduct identification. A little bit like the pre-mortem, really, that Akiva mentioned. You begin with the end in mind, you come up with your worst case, you come up with your best case, and you're trying to determine what could go wrong and how can we address that, and also what governance structures can you put in place. Then we need to think about, very important, the data handling, the privacy protection, and also neural data, how that's being used. How are you protecting your IP? How are you protecting your model? And by the way, if you mess this up badly, and we've seen this in the US increasingly now with the FTC, one of the regulatory bodies there have been instances where the FTC came along and said, first of all, you got to delete all your data that's been generated by that model, because you shouldn't have done it in this way. Secondly, you need to get rid of all your algorithms and your models, and you need to close this whole thing down. And so the regulator has got an ability to come in and stop what you're doing in this space if you don't do it properly. The question is then, wouldn't you want to do it properly first, that you feel comfortable with, even if there's no national regulation in the space available? And then if you expand, particularly if you expand globally, you can evidence to the regulators that you've done it the proper way. That's very, very important. Otherwise, it's going to be a costly exercise, and you don't want to be part of the 87% of the failure rate that we've seen in this space. Now, along the data handling, there's also the fairness and the bias mitigation and the inclusion aspect. And that is both bias in the data that's being used, algorithms that are applied, and how is that being mitigated and dynamically controlled, because this is not something you put in place and then it just runs. This is something that is continuously developing, hopefully improving, but also over time you can find that your AI is learning itself bad behaviors, like a badly behaved dog or badly behaved child, and then acts on the basis of that, and that is something you need to avoid. So it needs to be continuously looked at and controlled. And then the question is, another area I've focused on in the past quite a lot is, what are the key ethical indicators? You need to think about key risks, key controls, key performance indicators from an ethical perspective. You need to think about the severity of these things when things can go wrong. You need to consider if there's some indicators that are lacking or leading, and how can you use them in unison with each other. And then also, what are the consequences for the organizations and the individual when things are going on. Finally, some qualitative components. So that includes things such as, what are in your internal standards, policies, procedures, including the level of delegation from the top, the level of escalation to the top from the shop floor, as I would call it, and how can you fostering a strong speaking up culture if things are going wrong. If you have a developer and he sees there's something seriously wrong with your AI, how can you actually flag that up to management to make sure it's being mitigated appropriately? Training, I think, is very important, and you particularly if you work in a financial institution, you will be familiar with this. There's always mandatory training, but there's also an element of ongoing mentoring, and you need to measure how effective your training actually is. And I would recommend, don't go this by yourself. Use some of the existing resources, foster some relationships with academic institutions, universities, such as, I think Flame Station has got one with WITS, for instance, or, both Johan and myself are professors at Voxen University. So work with academic institutions to improve the level of effectiveness of your training. Staff-related issues. So obviously AI is fairly new, but there is some good qualifications, external courses out there. Support your staff, make sure they're learning the digital skills they need in a way that suits them as well as you as an organization, because there's no one size fits all. It needs to be tailored to the individual needs of your staff members. And then, of course, external expertise. Often you will find you have to bring in consultants' knowledge and knowledge management. But when you do that, make sure there is some continuity and some handover also. Now, this comes back to my Hypacker system. There is some foundations there as well that I've taken into account wearing my United Nations hat. So it's the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, the perspective of human rights, but then there's also some drivers from a corporate perspective. So that's ethical principles, that's the strategic embedment, so the push-pull features. But then, of course, there is also mitigants to some of those, so interactions and dependencies with society, for instance, with regulators, with industry-wide working groups. Lessons learned, pre-mortems and post-mortems are very important, to building up your own knowledge and expertise, to making sure you're not making the same mistakes somebody else has done in the past. So let's talk a little bit about the how and the ethical toolkits to round this whole session off. What is actually available and how should you go about? So there is some external tools, I called them in exclamation marks there, some websites, sources of information that are available. One, if you want to understand what's going on in the global regulatory space across the globe, and also what are the national AI strategies in most countries, I think 75 countries they've done now, is the CAIDP, or Center for AI and Digital Policy. That's one place that you should definitely follow. And again, I'm doing this with my biased hat on because I've been with them for a while as well now, and I've gone through their policy research analyst program. But I can highly recommend them. They are very knowledgeable people, very switched on, very connected as well, and keep an eye on what they're doing. The other one is the UNESCO. The UNESCO has a whole microsite about the ethics of artificial intelligence. If you want to do it properly, bearing in mind there isn't really much else out there right now from a international perspective, then certainly have a look at what these are doing. For Humanity and For Humanity University, there's a lot of free information available. You can also join the For Humanity University and take some of their courses. You could become a certified AI auditor, for instance, but the knowledge you acquire there is highly practical and highly applicable to many organizations. And then finally, in my view, very good as well is that's where Hypecker sits, for instance, but it's the OECD AI Observatory, and they have a separate microsite which they call Catalog of Tools and Metrics for Trustworthy AI. Definitely worth checking out. And again, the link will be in the references for you simply to click on. And then, of course, these were the external tools. Now, internal tools and instruments are equally, if not more important. And coming back to what Akiva said, you need to build out all this stuff within your organization. And one way to do that is you start at the top. You develop your vision, you develop your mission, come up with the strategy, the key strategic objectives, and then you make decisions at the board. That then translates into policies, procedures. Some of these will be internal only. Some of these might even be external. So your customers can see, for instance, what's your privacy policy, what's your data management policy, what's your algorithmic risk management policy, these kind of things. That all needs to be implemented. You need to develop this organizational framework that supports the technology, because without that, you're ending up with a vacuum and it's just hanging there and nobody's responsible. That's not good enough. You need to take full charge of your future in the AI space. And then finally, two things equally important, I think. One is a continuous ethics education of all your staff members, because guess what? This ain't going to go away. If anything, AI is going to take over a lot of areas. We've seen it already. We will see much more of that. And the only way you can tackle that is by keeping your staff informed, keeping them educated, and also keeping them happy in a way that they're feeling comfortable with all this kind of stuff. And then finally, this is something that For Humanity recommends, and equally, I think it's very, very important. Following on what we've seen in the financial markets, where you've got independent audit of players in the financial markets, you should also have an independent audit of artificial intelligence. So AAA systems is AI systems, autonomous systems that you're deploying. That is very, very important. And you need to think about how you within your organization can establish that. Again, a lot of tools available, a lot of references in the last section. And that finally, I guess, brings me to a close. So first of all, if you want to contact me, the easiest way is probably on LinkedIn. I usually come back quite quickly, and equally could reach out through FlameStation if you like. And other than that, I mentioned it here as foundational references for you. There's plenty. The videos are well worth checking out. There's a lot of organizations with really good information about ethics, responsible ethics and AI. There's some of these frameworks I mentioned, some of the toolboxes, databases, some really good books worthwhile reading, and some additional references on my own project at UN level, so the UN AI policy development, particularly focused on products with embedded AI and digital technologies. And here a little bit more focus on some of the emerging technologies, generative AI, and in particular this video, I think it's almost 2 hours. I watched it the other day. It's fascinating, thought-provoking, and it really makes you look at AI with a different lens. So if you get a chance, I would strongly recommend check this out. There's a few more videos from Mo Gavdat on there, but this is really, really deeply inspiring. And if you get an opportunity, please do do educate yourself, because it's digital skills and I think we all need them. So with that in mind, I would like to thank FlameStation very much for having me. Thank you for your attention. I hope you found that a useful and structured way to breaking down a topic that is actually quite challenging when you want to look at all the details. And I'm sure there will be more questions on the back of this in the panel session that's going to follow shortly. So hopefully you've taken something away from here. And yeah, I wish you all the success in, in this new world, which it is. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. So welcome to our panel discussion piece of the day. So I would like to welcome back our panel members. Marcus is online. And what we would like to do today is just discuss the current state of AI. So we might dig into some of the things that have already been said, and I would like to sort of explore that a bit further. And then we are also going to look into the future. What does the future look like? So I'm going to try to do a little bit of a prompt engineering on you today. As you know, with ChatGPT, you can tell it to act like a teacher or a professor. So today, our panel discussion, I'm going to prompt engineer Marcus, and today you're going to play the role of a regulator. So in our conversations, I would like you to wear your regulator hat. I'm going to prompt engineer Johan and say, Johan, you are an academic, you've got access to research, and you see the bigger picture. So I'm hoping you can shed some light on these topics from an academic perspective. And then Akiva, today you are going to be a fintech executive running a small startup. And what I would like you to do is wear that hat when looking at these questions. You really focus on making money, shareholder value, and it's quite busy. So you see this technology coming and you would like to make the best use of it. Marcus, you're trying to balance this risk for society, but you also need to look at how do we progress, because if we're just managing all of the risks, we do stand to face that we're not going to make progress. So if we're looking at AI today, so first section is going to be around what AI looks like today. So I would like us to think as is today, and when we're talking about the future, I would like us to think 3 or 4 years into the future. So some say AI is like any other tool. Some say AI is like a pen or Microsoft Word. A pen doesn't wake up in the morning thinking, I'm going to be biased today. Microsoft Word doesn't wake up, I'm going to discriminate against you. Some say AI is unlike any other tool we've ever developed before, and it is influenced by the data, it is influenced by the beliefs of the creators, and some say, as you've mentioned earlier, it could be our last invention. So I would just like to give you a chance for a 20-second answer. Do you think AI is just another tool, or do you think this is our last invention? Johan, what is your view?
It's just another tool, but it's our last tool.
Thank you, Johan. Akiva?
So yeah, I mean, AI is exceptional. It is a tool. That's the truth, and we do use it as that. But it has the ability to help us solve complex problems we've never been able to solve at this level, and that's how we got to start rethinking things.
Yeah. Marcus, what is your view?
I would say it's a very powerful tool, but with, great power comes great responsibility. So if we don't want it to be the last tool from the perspective that there isn't going to be any humanity around to experience any other tool, then, we have to use it very, very carefully. Similar like, you use a chainsaw with protective gear. You don't use it in your swimming trunks necessarily, but it's powerful.
Great, thank you. Yeah, so let me kick off by digging into what are we looking at from an AI perspective in today's world. So Johan, there's this explosive growth. They're talking about exponential growth in this technology, and humans are generally the slowest to catch up. What challenges do you see in us producing enough AI experts, and challenges that you see we face in making sure that AI makes good decisions. Yeah, what is your view on some of those challenges?
I think it's a great question. I think AI experts should be quite a wide concept. I think we need a multidisciplinary approach. We can't just have a lot of techies, a lot of machine learning engineers. You know, we need people with a legal background, with human resources, organizational design background, leadership, ethics, philosophy, as I've already mentioned earlier. That should become call it again, the ecosystem of AI expertise. I think one of the problems is that it's still a technology that is greatly misunderstood. And that it's often not a collaborative effort, it is just the technologists. So I think that's one of the problems with producing, a holistic production, if you would, of AI engineers. And just if you could remind me of the second part of the question.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of what are the barriers to ensuring that we're making good AI decisions? We don't necessarily have enough regulation in place at this stage. What is preventing us from ensuring that the AI systems that we produce today produces good quality decisions?
Look, again, like I alluded to earlier, because it's being outsourced to the technologists of the business or the organization, it is not a primarily leadership initiative, if you would. And I think it's often not a people-first approach. And like I've said, I would like to believe an organization can be both successful or profitable and ethical. I think that's the balance we need to grapple with. But are we using these tools? Are we understanding it? And are we using it for the right things to achieve the right results? And the results should be human-centered, in my view, one way or another.
Good, thank you, Johan. Yeah, Marcus, maybe what I would like to understand from your perspective, wearing your regulator hat, there's so much news around a new act being developed or a new regulation being developed in this country, but people have different, and countries have different incentives. There's even cities in the United States who's got their own AI regulations with regards to monitoring, etc. But this is quite a disparate view, and everybody's got different incentives. So how do you think these different views and perspectives and incentives are impacting the evolution of AI today?
I think in short, the answer is massively. And the problem isn't actually AI. The problem is a human incentivization problem. If you remove AI, I said this right at the beginning when Johan introduced me, humanity hasn't managed yet to agree with each other, certainly at nation state level. Until we get to that point where there will at least be a baseline alignment between certainly the big countries, but ultimately all nation states, then it will become very, very difficult. I can see some positive movement, but that takes time, and it comes back to what Johan said. Particularly at decision-making level, national state decision-making level, we need to help politicians to make informed decisions. That will require they need to understand. We need to define what it is, and that often fails already. Johan right at the beginning said, how do we define consciousness? How do we define sentience? How do we define artificial intelligence? So the next step is then, once we pass the definitions hurdle, we need to develop a common understanding, and that will require a willingness by all these decision makers wanting to make a difference and wanting to understand what's going on. Now, Akiva used Churchill's quote about never let a good crisis go to waste. Maybe that's what's needed. Maybe we need to generate that crisis first, similar like what we see with climate change. Everyone is talking about climate emergency. We need an AI emergency, but that likely will mean something is going to go wrong first, big time, before decision makers are feeling pressure by the electorate to making the right decisions. And bearing in mind, I said this earlier, doing nothing is also doing something. We mustn't afford as a human race not to do anything in this space, because we cannot afford that. AI is moving far too quickly. We have to find a baseline of something. And when I wrote my UN white paper, I was in two minds whether or not I should even try to attempt to include a paragraph about autonomous weapons. Ultimately, I listened to the UN Security Council last week, and it's odd when you listen to the presentation and talk about the responsible use of autonomous weapons. What does that actually mean in that context? But if you break it down to a level where in, I think, December 2021, the United Nations members could not agree what and how they want to treat autonomous weapons using AI, I think they're coming to a point now where that might change, and there might be a realization, actually, we need to address this point. So you need to get the buy-in by the decision makers, and ultimately, nation states have to make up their mind on
I think we have a bit of a
technical
delay
glitch.
there. I guess the regulator is gone, so Akiva, maybe we can quickly speak around.
See, this is how it goes, right? Middle of conversation, regulator, he's finished. Okay, good. Okay, now we can talk business. Right.
So maybe my question to you, to Akiva, is if you are this startup trying to make money, you've got this technology, is regulation currently, or the lack of regulation, currently standing in your way of moving forward? What is your sort of experience or your view on, should we have more? Is there already enough? Isn't there enough?
So it's a loaded question, so I've got to be careful how I answer this.
And Marcus is offline.
So Marcus isn't here, so it's fine. But the rest of you are there. That's the problem. You report me back. There we go. Marcus, we were just talking about you. Don't worry, it's fine. It's all resolved. We've kind of figured out what
I think the AI didn't like me and cut me out.
Yeah, look, we had that preset, but it's fine. Don't take it personally, So, I think just coming back to your question, from a it depends where we're talking about. My understanding is we've got listeners who are in South Africa, but listeners overseas as well. So, it's really going to be very dependent on the country you're in. A country like Singapore versus a country like South Africa, there's going to be very big differences. UK is a good example, just because I know that market quite well. And in the UK market, for example, the regulators, a lot of them are starting to come to the party as well. So in South Africa, also our regulators are coming to the party, but the challenge is legally, if you go to court, right? If something happens and you go to court, the courts, the legal systems are not necessarily where we are, right? So what's happened is those who are playing with emerging tech, it's gone, as we were talking about earlier, it's gone. People talk about exponential. The problem is most humans we can't physically relate to exponential. Yeah. So it's a very abstract concept, but it's very real, right? So in other words, to say something that would take you 10 years, it'll take you from age 10 to 20 to grow up, right? If I said I can do that in 5 minutes, you look at me like that's super weird, right? And that's what's happening. So what's happened is suddenly we've got a whole lot of tech that's already working. The business world's already using it. The regulators are getting their heads around it. The legal system, it takes time. It's like universities, right? Try to get a university to change overnight. It's not a simple thing, right? So you got the change has happened already, and now the system and the regulators are trying to catch up to it. So what we've seen is probably the best way, and Marcus and I were chatting about this as well, is kind of going what's really neat is those who are doing AI are doing it, and they're doing it with the best knowledge they have with the way legislation is. Obviously, legislation can suddenly change, and you could be thrown in prison for doing something, right? And that's the worry that we might have, is we might do things which are edgy, but they're not. They're just where technology is at. It's like where the latest technology at. Just the legal system hasn't caught up. So the proposition, and Marcus and I were chatting about this, is to go, I guess the vacuum that's needed is imagine if we could do what we call, like, for example, in design thinking, where you do have those diverse players coming together, where we could start having, well-intentioned conversations where we can go, hey, look, as a business, I don't want to be caught out with a regulator in 3 years' time. In fact, I'd rather partner with the regulator. So the real question, I think, is how do we actually bring the right people together? And remember, if you bring too many people or the wrong people together, you will get a bad outcome. So you've got to be very careful of going, number one, who are the right people to bring into this conversation? Like, what's the problem we're trying to solve? If we bring in the right legal, the right regulator, the right compliance, etc., into conversation, firstly, do they understand, like what you were talking about earlier, do they understand this new language? And then how do we quickly get everyone up to speed in terms of that we're all speaking the same language? Like, if we're all speaking 5 different languages, we're going to, number one, probably talk past each other. We're going to get super irritated, and like, I'm going to walk away going, oh, this person doesn't understand my business. They're just slowing me down. Marcus, he's just trying to put regulations on me, and like, and then the reality is to go, if we don't do it together, never mind you're saying look into the future, never mind looking 10 years into the future. I can tell you, go look at countries like Singapore or some of the countries where they're working together, and you'll see they are nailing it, right? So the real question you've got to ask is, what happens if we, like I think Marcus said earlier, if we don't do anything, right? What happens if we just sit back and go, okay, we'll kind of get to it? So what'll happen, I can tell you what'll happen. What'll happen is, from a competitive point of view, you'll lose, and you'll lose badly. So no one wants that, right? So it's like, how do we bring a sense of urgency, and then also bring the right people in? Because what I've seen is, if you bring, number one, too many people in, or you bring the wrong people in, and if you don't facilitate the conversation properly and make sure that there's the right language we're all talking, it's terrible, right? But the converse is, if you do bring the right people in, and you start having the right conversations, and we all start getting switched on to the right conversation, the opportunity is phenomenal. And you'll think, oh, we've got to do this on a global level. No, you just one case at a time. You do it, and you do it well, and you show tremendous success there. It has a snowball effect, because others will hear about it and go, hey, what the hell did you guys do? Like, we want a bit of that action,
Yep.
Does that?
Yeah, I think to me, you need to localize it, because if you're just looking at it globally, but in a South African context, and we were speaking about the skills gap, where do we get experts? I guess we need experts in the regulator space as well. There are people that don't know. So to me, it's really about trying to localize dealing with the challenges of AI. So in a South African context, or working in the African continent, we can find the unique challenges and opportunities from an AI operational perspective that we can solve for ourselves, and not just look at what's happening across the oceans.
Yeah.
Marcus, if you had to give Akiva some advice from a startup perspective, how should Akiva look at incorporating or preempting what the regulators would be doing for small businesses in the future? What advice would you give to Akiva?
I mean, there's two approaches, particularly I've worked in help building startups before. There used to be this sort of approach, build things, break things first, and fix them later. I think in the AI space, some of this can't necessarily apply, because due to the scalability of AI and the sort of almost unlimited features you can find, it is difficult, or potentially difficult, to contain some of the damage that could be done. I mean, what's happening in the regulatory space, or there's certainly increasingly discussion about using or building digital sandboxes. And I know Google used to do this back in the days. They used to have their Google Labs, where they just, it's a sandbox. They just come up with an idea, test it out in a sort of contained environment with an opportunity to switch it off. The same thing, I do a little bit ethical hacking sometimes. You do that with virtual machines, where you set up your hacking lab in a virtual machine environment. If anything goes wrong, you can kill the whole thing. So you should remain in control, of course, and you should tread carefully in what you're building and implementing. At the same time, I think it is important to move fast, because if you don't move fast, then there's a good chance that your competitor will move faster than you, and you sort of losing the first mover advantage out. So the challenge is really finding the right balance. That starts with the strategy, the business model, the team, and then also actively engaging, maybe at an early stage, with the regulatory community. There's a good chance that you'll find the regulators are well behind the curve, but they might appreciate your sort of your initiative reaching out to them. And then finally, I think if you use some of the tools that are out there, including Hypacker, which I've got some really good responses and feedback as a thinking model, as a thinking framework for building out your startup and then later scale up operations, then I think you're in a good place. Do it mindful. We talk a lot in the personal behavior in life about mindfulness these days and doing things differently. Do it mindful from a business perspective, and try to begin with the end in mind, because ultimately, the question is, why are you doing this? Hopefully not just using AI because everyone else is using AI and you want to be seen as the trendy company and the in crowd. You have got, or your customers typically have got, a very specific problem or set of problems, and they can be addressed potentially with AI, but maybe also with something else. So if AI isn't the right fit for what you're trying to do, then don't shy away and be courageous enough to make the decision. Actually, we don't need AI for that, do we? Yesterday, someone sent me a video they made up about their business, and they're using this avatar, which was actually, I can't remember what it was. A snowman. They used the snowman as an avatar, explaining what the business does. And the voice was generated with AI based on what they typed. And I said to them, look, I know you. Why are you doing this? You don't have to do that. Go outside, find a nice scene, take a good quality camera, record an in-camera piece, 2 minutes, and explain what it is, what you're doing. It gives the personal touch. It helps with the human connection, because their business relies on human connection, that trusted relationship. If you show me this video with this little tiny snowman, I'm not going to buy into your business. If you show me a video with you and your 25 years experience, and the video shows that personality, then I'll sign the deal with you. It's very, very simple. We don't have to do everything AI. There are certain use cases where it's very valid and useful. There's others where there's better and simpler ways of doing it.
I think it ties back to what Johan was saying earlier about just move the printer closer. But I guess there's also another side to it. If we're not going to experiment with AI, then we're not going to learn. We're not always going to find the best use case to start with AI. So maybe they shouldn't have moved the printer, and maybe they should have just tried to use AI to automate it. Because I do think we need to give people opportunity to experiment, even if it sounds silly like the snowman. But at least somebody is trying to build a snowman. I guess it's not going to upset the regulator. So how do you balance between just trying to find the right best use case? Because I also see in organizations they're trying to find these business value use cases, and we're going to evaluate these use cases, but where's the opportunity to experiment and learn and innovate and build little snowmans and automate my paper to the printer? What are your sort of views and thoughts on that, Johan?
Look, it's a tricky one, because you have to find that balance between setting your people free and also making sure you control the business. I mean, this whole chat GPT thing, if you would, large language models, and there's a myriad of these tools out there now, and most of them are free to some extent, although you are paying with your data. A lot of businesses that I'm working with at the moment is grappling with this, is do we set our people free to use some of these tools? But it opens up a massive door especially for a privacy and a security point of view. Or do we just outright block them? And one of the things I recommend is to have a look at what tools and why are people using those tools. Is it just to play around, or is it actually because the current tool set that they have is not as good as some of these new tools? You know, so it for me comes back to leadership and how connected you are with the different levels, and how free people are within a framework to play around, make mistakes, and so forth. How many times have we not seen in our careers? Sometimes you have a team member, quiet kind of a person, maybe shy, maybe quite young, and if you set them free to make mistakes, come up with ideas, even though 90% might be ridiculous, there's some good stuff that comes out there. So, and that's not even an AI conversation, it's how do we manage people and get the best out of them. Now put all these important tools on top of that, so that makes it tricky.
Yeah. Akiva, how can we keep on innovating and trying things without being too pragmatic about let's not use AI for this, or...
So I mean, I guess it does go back. There is a scientific principle behind this. So the scientific principle is, and you quoted Kahneman earlier. I mean, Kahneman wrote a great book called Noise recently. But I think one of my kind of arguments on Kahneman's idea is I think there was a fundamental thing. So in Noise, what he brings out is this thing around decision making. What you've got to learn is how do you make really good objective decisions? Because that's really what we're talking about. You've got a decision, do you want to do AI? What's the benefit for the business? How do we do it? How do we structure it in a way that gives us the best benefits, et cetera, et cetera? You know, what's the problem we're solving for the business? You know, because yes, you can have a snowman, but if it brings no benefit to the business, if you have one or two of those for experimentation, it's fine. But if you have too many, it's going to cost you. But noise, what's interesting about noise is what Kahneman focuses on is this ability, how do you make better decisions? The challenge I had on his thinking was really to go scientifically, noise is extremely important. Like he's talking about noise cancellation. How do you cancel out all the noise in your head? You're a CEO of a business, you need to now know how do you implement AI into my business, get the best benefit, how much innovation do I do? These are all decisions, and you're going to have biases, etc. But if you start with noise cancellation, which is Kahneman's idea, I think it's fundamentally flawed. Scientifically, it's flawed. Why? Because in science, you'll see, in complexity theory, for example, you'll see that if you're going to explore, right, you need noise, right? And noise is that there's a lot of things going on. So you're going to go, let me look at the whole array of things, right? If you look at too much, right, if you're a business, you can lose a lot of money and can lose market share, etc. So you've got to allow the right amount of noise, which we'll call innovation. And then when you go into solution mode, you cannot have noise. Solution mode, you have to be super focused on project, delivery, timelines, costs, speed to market, etc. You need to do noise cancellation. So like the recommendation I'd have, and I guess it ties into what Marcus was saying earlier about the sandbox. We've seen the sandbox idea really works. Today they've got fancy names for it. They call it like digital twin. I don't know if you've heard of that, right? So it was quite funny. Some, I won't say consultant, whatever, was digital twins, talk to me about it. I'm like, we've been doing this for like 20 years now. In other words, you create a simulation of what the real thing is, and you can do it in ways where it's not that costly, right? So it's how do you kind of work out where you want to play. And sometimes the problem is if you get everything worked out beforehand, you haven't allowed noise, meaning that you haven't allowed innovation to step in. So you walk in and you'll have a whole lot of pre-assessed assumptions, which means that you actually haven't really seen the problem. So that picture I showed earlier of the problem, when you see the context and you've only got two pictures in mind, you can completely solve the wrong thing. So I guess my recommendation to anyone is work out how to see a bigger picture, and that allows for a bit of noise and and a bit of floundering around, but you got to be very careful how you structure that, and then immediately go, okay, now how do we practically take this forward, and then who needs to help us? I think the question we're all raising now is, I guess when it comes to big amounts of real data, it gets a bit more interesting, because I can't just solve it with my engineering team. Like, now which regulators, so one of the questions I had to Marcus, in fact, which was top of mind, and it comes up all the time, is this concept of let sleeping dogs lie, right? So in other words, I'm going to solve a business problem. If solved, we'll make the business a lot of money, right? Using, for example, AI. So what Marcus is recommending, bring the regulator in earlier, which I agree with, and I think that is the right approach. But a lot of folks would counter-argue that and go, yeah, but hang on, let sleeping dogs lie, meaning I'm going to call Marcus in, and if he doesn't get what we're doing, he could stop the whole thing, whereby we could have gone ahead, we could have done things, it would have been compliant. Yes, there are unintended consequences, things that might come up in 2 years' time, but now I'm alerting Marcus to it, and he can close my whole thing down. So like, how does one find that balance, like speed to market?
Almost start cancelling that noise out too quickly.
100%. Keep in mind, Marcus and the compliance world, that world is structured to slow things down and to think about everything. There's a lot of risk, and we've got to mitigate the risk, right? Business is structured to be, yes, we need to mitigate the risk, but there's a risk-reward model that you'll balance up, and sometimes you'll go, okay, we're going to go for it. Yes, I know there's a risk, but the reward is way bigger, right? So we're going to go for this opportunity. Marcus might say, absolutely not. We'll go, yeah, but Marcus, I'm going to lose my whole market. So it's like, how do we bring you in, Marcus? How do we do this?
So let me respond to that, as well as a couple of things that were being said. First of all, this comes back a little bit to the earlier question around decision making in a startup environment. There's typically two types of decisions you can make in a business. It's a decision that once it's being made, you can't, very unlikely, undo it. So these are fundamental decisions, where do you place your business? What's your strategy, that kind of thing. That can change, but once you're sort of embedded in, it's very difficult to move away from it. Then there's another type of decisions where you can undo it rather quickly. Now, my recommendation would be that the second type decisions that you can undo rather quickly, go for it, do it. If you think it's the right thing to do it, because you can undo it later down the line. So it's almost a beta test of a strategy, a business model, a technology, and then implement it if you feel comfortable, or do something else. That's the first one. Then the second one, you mentioned digital twins, Akiva, and that's interesting because I work with a couple of companies. Well, first of all, I use my drones and my AI not just for the purpose of flying. I use it to collect aerial data, then build digital geospatial twins. And if you go on TEDx, you can find a TEDx talk from me, which explains the process a little bit. But then I use AI also to analyze that aerial data and these geospatial models, these digital twins of natural environments. And I'm also working with a organization, a US-based organization, but globally active, called the Scubaverse, which is focusing on the protection of coral reefs and mangrove forests and marine coastal environments. And they want to adopt my sort of unique workflow by using these autonomous drones to collecting aerial data, building digital twins in a gamified environment, and then allow citizen scientists, users, gamers of this game, and academia to get together to come up with simulations of solutions to these big climate change related problems. Now, that made me realize something you just said. You don't necessarily just go to the regulator with an opinion and say, this is what we're going to do, this is how we think it'll work, and that is it. These days, regulation will look for evidence-based decisions, and that means what you should do is, before you go to the regulator, you should get your ducks in a row, meaning you should, for instance, build your digital twin, build different scenarios, game it out almost like a war game, strategy game, play it out, develop your, in banking we call it a scenario analysis, develop your different scenarios, attach probabilities to that, likelihood, impact, all this kind of risk type analysis. And once you've done that, and you talk to the regulators will actually find it quite difficult to just shut you down on the basis of their view is different to yours, because you've got hard factual evidence to support your view, and the regulators might actually like what you're doing and might learn from you, and by doing that you might be influencing the future regulatory framework. So it puts you in a better position by shaping where this is all going. I mean, in the UK there's this term, better in the tent than out the tent. I'm not going to say the full one, but it means you can influence by being there, by being part of a trade association, a working group, an expert group, and influencing where all of this is going, because I guarantee it's going somewhere. And the question is, are you on board with what's going on, or are you completely out of the loop? And also, when you work with regulators, you get regulatory intelligence, which you might not necessarily get elsewhere. So there is a business benefit in having this relationship and fostering it. And this is something I also highlight in HiPACR and also in the universal conduct risk, in the global conduct risk paradigm, that there is actually a symbiotic, as a business, you might not see it like that, but there is actually a symbiotic relationship working with your regulators. And the regulators, in an ideal world, you should almost see them as a strategic business partner who enable you to do the business, rather than the old-fashioned, risk manager, compliance guy, who comes along and says, nope, you're not going to do it, you're not going to do it, you're not going in the market. I don't think that works and gels anymore these days. Regulators have a much more nuanced approach, similar to risk manager, I guess. I certainly have that approach when I deal with risk issues. So I think there's a recognition that both are feeding each other, and hence we can't cut each other's arms off. Otherwise, that's it's a pointless exercise, really.
Great, thank you. Yes, go.
I think you just triggered something. I think which is such an important point is, I guess the key takeaway there is to go. So what if, because of the market changes and things have changed, and what we spoke about earlier, as humans, we really struggle to change, right? Yeah. So kind of when I was listening to you now, Marcus, really what I'm hearing is, so the market has changed, right? There's a new market now where the old way of a regulator just ticking boxes, or seen as the person who just ticks boxes, is no longer works. Like that business model doesn't work, right? But there's a new model now, which is much more important for everyone, for all of us, right? Where the regulator's not just there as a risk tick box person, but rather as a partner with the private sector. But that means there needs to be a fundamental change of how both parties, both private sector and the regulators, of how we work together. Yeah. That when we come into a room, it's no longer us and them, right? It's like, now how do we benefit together? And that shift of mindset of going, this is not about, oh man, I've got to tick these boxes, and if I get you off my back, I can move on. It's about, actually, hang on, if we can create something together, it has a massive societal impact, which is also good for my business. So it's almost like, profit for purpose is like one of the classic things they talk about, whatever. But it's more than that. It's kind of going, we're not talking just profit for business, saying how do we start doing things together where the right people in the room, but it requires, listening to now, Marcus, a fundamental shift of how regulators are educated, right? So, a regulator can't just be educated to be a risk person, like on all the risk models and what are all the various scenarios we can do. And because then if I'm talking to that kind of regulator, I'm going to go now, I'm going to do all my risk analysis and my pre-mortems, and I'll give them my full list, but I haven't necessarily partnered with them.
Yeah, and I guess there's an opportunity in South Africa to try to start creating that sort of framework to work together from a business and a regulator perspective. I also think what I'm also getting is, it's quite important for these experiments, and we're talking about this human-centered AI, and design thinking almost feels to me like a really good tool to start building prototypes, that divergent and convergent thinking approach. So that might be like a new lease of life for design thinking is in this AI space, because we do need to look at it from the customer's perspective. We do need to have some noise before we sort of merge. What I would like to do is just sort of look into the future. So if we're looking at a couple of years from now, and this is moving so fast. So in the old days, we used to say, how would the future look like in 10 years' time? We almost need to say, what is the future going to look like next week? But Marcus, do you see this fragmented regulation continuing on this way? or do you think we're going to have some type of universal regulation that most people around the globe is going to agree to? And sort of what would be your ideal scenario in the next 2 or 3 years from a regulation and a sort of global perspective? Do we need to align, or is it fine the way it is for now?
So I'm a little bit biased here because I've started this work with the UN specifically on this. It was initially a draft of a UN recommendation, then we've widened it into a white paper to give it the opportunity to grow, and also to give it the opportunity to fulfill different expectations and needs from the 193 member states. And that's why we said, you know, it's over to you guys who need to decide whether you want a UN treaty, a convention, a declaration, a recommendation, which is what I set out initially, or a common regulatory framework. However, there's a recognition that we need to have a global alignment of these initiatives in one way or another. Perfection doesn't exist, so there's never going to be 100% global alignment. But on the fundamental things, and when I say fundamental things, I'm thinking a little bit now of Isaac Asimov when he talks about the 3 laws of robotics and the 0th law. There are certain things we don't want AI to do. We don't want AI to kill individual people and or humanity. We don't want AI to destroy infrastructure that was built by people and has got a huge economic impact. We don't want AI to destroy other AI, and we want to see AI being used to furthering human objectives, so this human AI centeredness. That should be our international baseline, what we build everything else on top. And I think we need to move into that direction. Now, that move could happen either gradually over time, gently, with a lot of diplomatical persuasion and a consistency, or it could happen rather quickly with things going
wrong,
big, badly wrong, like this big usual international crisis. So, you know, again, I'm back to my scenario analysis. I know what my baseline would look like. The ideal world doesn't exist. You might as well forget that. And then, you know, how do we get to that baseline without too many fatalities and damage limitation along the way? I don't know, but you know, we cannot, as global community, doing nothing to me is also doing something. So we cannot afford to do nothing. By the way, I just wanted to mention this interview with Mo Gaddad. There's some interesting scenarios along these way, and whilst everyone is focusing on this existential risk, one of the interesting scenarios is actually that AI may become so sentient and intelligent itself that it sees us as, you know, the little ants, and is not really bothered by us, and decides to leave the planet altogether. It sort of jumps over humanity and says, "Oh, you guys are not really care about what humans think. You know, I'm doing my own thing and I'm moving away completely." So think outside the box and think of things that haven't been thought of, and then see how we could get to that point. That's what I'm trying to say. The old world, in a way, certainly old regulatory regime or regimes, is dead. There is a recognition in the regulatory community. The question is now, how do we make it more dynamic, more aligned, more consistent, more flexible also from the approach to address the challenges of today's society? And that takes a lot of, you know, it takes human change. And as Akiva said, the challenge is not the AI. The challenge is human perceptions and human attitudes. How do you change them so they apply to a much more modern world? And that is a continuous challenge, continuous education, continuous improvement, and we just have to keep doing these things. So thank you for Flame Station for putting this event on, and hopefully there's going to be similar ones in the future, because we very badly need this discussion at a global scale.
Thanks, Marcus. And I think that leads me to a question for Johan. The regulator is really trying to protect society as a whole at a bigger scale. But people are saying AI is either going to take us to a utopian world or a dystopian world. So I guess the regulator is trying to protect us from not going to a dystopian world. And maybe Akiva with his businesses is just pushing out this technology who's going to drive us towards a dystopian world. Where do you see the balance, or what do you see happening in 2 years? Do you think we're going to go a utopian world or dystopian?
So no one knows. They say a futurist, and that's definitely not me, but is a blind man in a dark room looking for a black cat that's not there. I think we should look at human nature. One of the best books I ever read, and it was maybe 20 or so years ago, is called, I can't remember, the subtitle was called A Moral History of the 20th Century by Jonathan Glover. And I often say that that's in a way where I lost my virginity when it came to the way I see the world, because I grew up in a very idealistic kind of way of seeing the world. And he writes about how decisions were made, especially in the Second World War, and like the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and where we no longer live in the world where I have to look you in the eyes with my spear to kill you. I can sit 10,000 miles away and press a button and then have my tea. And that book swayed me. So I'm not saying I'm a pessimist, hopefully a bit more realistic. I think we're going to screw this up. We're already screwing it up. The potential for good is absolutely there. If we think of healthcare and education, if we think of economic equality and so forth. But we've given this naughty child called humanity, who never learns their lesson through millennia, learn a little bit.
Powerful tool.
A fire can really burn everything down. That's why I think, and I don't think we'll see it in our lifetimes. I think in our children or their children lifetimes, we will see it. We will see colonialism, digital colonialism, especially I think from China. And I think we will, total loss of privacy. And we will, I think, go into this world that 1984 speaks about. So I think that all the potential is there for good, but I think just the history of humanity and the way we are from a selfishness point of view, we are going to screw this up, and it will destroy us. And that's why I'm not paid for these kind of talks, because no one wants to hear the story. My view.
So you gave the pre-mortem. That was the pre-mortem.
Yeah.
Okay,
but there will be a mortem.
Worst case scenario, we're all going to be dead.
Akiva, I was going to ask you, seeing this future that Marcus and Johan sort of presents, what advice would you give? But I guess based on Johan's answer, no advice is going to help.
Yeah, well, I guess that there's a great line. I think his name's Gibson. He said the future is already here, it's just unevenly distributed, right? Yeah. And what I often love with that line, and just another little quote, is wherever there's a void, it always gets filled, right? So the question is, what's going to get filled with? So in other words, wherever there's a gap in humanity, whatever the gap is, the gap now is what you're talking about, like, do we have the right designs? Are we thinking about the right, regulatory structures, etc., to protect us from this void, essentially, because it's a void, it's a regulatory void, that suddenly AI has presented a problem that humanity's kind of freaking out about. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be negative, it's just a void. So, as a slightly optimistic view, I kind of go, could it turn out like that as a pre-mortem? For sure, it could turn out in other ways as well. There's ways of how we use AI to solve the most intensely insane, complex problems that as a human race we could never have even thought of solving, which is incredible. So the real question is, okay, if there's a void, how do we start thinking about actually filling that void with something that helps all of us? And I guess if we think about this thing around the future is already here, right? So any of us who have traveled around the world, you travel, for example, some of the work I've done in Singapore, for example, they're doing stuff there which is just phenomenal, right? So what that means is a lot of the time we're trying to imagine the future. My take is, we could come up with lots of imaginations, and we still won't know what's going to turn out like. But you can actually go places where they've had the sandbox we spoke about, where they've done it. So, why not go there and check out, okay, how do you guys actually do this? Yes, I understand there's a different culture and there's a different way of how the government interacts in these ones, but still we can maybe take out some key lessons and say, okay, how did you guys work out how to put in translators, people who are trusted, who can bridge the gaps between all these different diverse stakeholders, and because you somehow managed to get it right, or maybe you got it wrong. Let's check that out as well. So like my take would be to go practically, if you want to kind of solve for the future, like do that pre-mortem, as what you're saying, is to go like, look, none of us want that to happen. Like in the private sector, we do not want that to happen. Like yes, you could say the private sector can be very greedy and whatever. I can't, defend on that side, but the reality is, do we want a dystopian future? No ways, right? So we know that there's a potential of your situation turning out. So what do we do today? Who can you learn from? So what we've seen practically, there are people you can learn from, like incredible individuals and organizations and governments working together with the private sector. My suggestion is like this: we start a community and then you go, okay, who's getting it right and how do they do it, and then how do you take that, and then how do you take that practice, and I think you said it earlier, Ron, how do you then localize it? Because it's one thing to take a practice that they did in Singapore, but if you don't localize it, it just won't work because there's all those other dynamics.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you. So I would just like to go to one or two questions from our audience. So the one question was, are we living in the matrix? Are we currently living in the matrix, and how would we know it? Does anybody have a sort of view on that?
Well, look, I'll leave it to the rest of you. I mean, we are in the matrix. No, I'm joking.
I have no idea. I don't think I know enough about it to have a comment.
Okay. Marcus, do you think we're living in the matrix already?
Good question. So from a purely professional perspective, I would certainly argue that we are increasingly being watched, monitored, analyzed, exploited, by companies. I said this earlier. If the product is free, then we are the products ultimately, because they want our data, our biometrics, our haptic behaviors, whatever. So you could argue from that perspective, there's a good chance to some extent, yes. Philosophically, I would say, I'm a fan of the multiverse, and maybe that also answers the question beforehand a little bit. I'm a fan of the multiverse and the idea that within the universe there are different outcomes that coexist happily with each other, and that would answer the question then. Yes, we are in the matrix, and no, we are not in the matrix, because it comes back to quantum mechanics. It comes back to the observer. So if you observe to be in the matrix, there's a good chance you are in the matrix. If you observe you're not, then you're likely not. So it's whatever you want it to be honest. That's my answer.
Yeah. All possible futures
blue
exist at the same time. And I guess that leads to sort of the second question from the audience. People are asking, and there was more than one question around this. People find that they having conversations, and suddenly the next time they go into social media or Facebook or LinkedIn, adverts start appearing on what they were having a conversation with. Are phones listening to us today and generating ads?
I'm not saying anything. No. I know nothing.
Look, think of this. Your mobile phone, your smartphone, is the one thing that is your constant companion. Go to the shower, you go to the bathroom with it. A lot of people. Obviously, you think of industrial espionage. I've got clients whom I've given advice to that if they have a in-person board meeting, and a lot of them are busy doing it, not because I told them, I just see it's happening, that there's a little, like a locker system for your phones.
Yeah.
But especially if you have a virtual meeting, because your phone is normally lying right there, go put it in the fridge or the microwave, just don't forget it there. But the point is that we are constantly, I think, under surveillance. Who spoke about Cambridge Analytica earlier? Was it you or Marcus? Was you? I wonder I would think that that was just scratching the surface, and there's most likely similar things happening that we would be aghast if we know what some of these big firms are doing with our data. And again, I don't think it's going to have such a big impact on us, the next generations. But the point is, we are constantly being surveilled, we're constantly being listened to, I think, and it happens. Talk about mountain biking, you see it down, heck, does that happen? But what is then done with that data? The other thing to keep in mind are mobile phone providers. You know, they harvest 800 to 1,000 different data points on you. Your mobile phone provider knows a lot more about you than you about yourself, in a way. From a behavioral science point of view, with you spatially where you are and so forth. So imagine what you can do for the good, but also for the bad with that data. So I do think we are constantly being surveilled. If you have a smart device in your home, like a lot of us do, you're constantly being listened to. Now, the one argument is, but I'm a law-abiding citizen, so I don't worry. I think you should still worry, because you don't know what's being used with that data.
How it's being used.
So I mean, I guess on that, it's a fascinating, because it does open up a whole can of worms, right? And again, I'm not going to state any real opinions, but maybe something for us to all think about is, you know, when we've looked at what people say. This is a classic one in customer experience, when you're trying to work out what a customer actually wants, right? There's what the customer tells you, and then what the customer really wants. And what they're telling you in a survey is not necessarily what they want, right? And we see it all the time, right? So whenever you're doing a customer experience journey, you always want to know, what does the customer really want, right, as opposed to what he's telling me, right? So to here, it's like there's been a massive debate around, you know, my privacy. But what we've seen in reality is people are happy with not being private. Right? Why? Because you, the AI, can help me make better decisions. So then there's another big debate around, okay, but what if you manipulating me? What if I want to be manipulated? Right? So I'm just flipping it. I'm not saying whether it's right or wrong. I'm just saying that's the private sector's kind of counter argument, going, you know, for me personally, if I could have my AI tell me what clothes to wear every day and what food to eat every day and how to be healthier, fantastic. Like the fact that it's monitoring me, like really seriously, like am I that unique that I've got certain secrets? Obviously, if it's taking very private information about me, which is I don't want out there, like, okay, that becomes an issue. So that there's really a interesting thing in terms of what societally what we say, where people say, I don't want to be in the matrix. 99% of human beings are very happy to live a day-to-day life and have decisions made for them. Right? There's 1% who want to actually think for themselves. So the 1%, or maybe most people say, no, I want to be part of that. But if you want to think for yourself, it's really hard. And the truth is, you can get a machine to help you do a lot of what we call just basic decisioning, which actually you don't have to do, right? And then you can actually maybe start making some real choices of what life should be. So again, like sometimes we can get into solving the wrong problem. We get all worked up going, the privacy thing, whatever, and we get all freaked out. Meanwhile, like, okay, but you know, who cares about your privacy if you've never made a free choice decision in your entire life, right? So like, again, I'm not saying it's right or wrong, just flipping the argument to say there is another view of going, you know, there are those out there who are going, you know, what AI can do for all of us is fundamentally put all of us in a position where what if I could take 70% of your work away, that you don't have to work, right? You could still have income, don't have to work. What would you do now? That's a pretty scary decision for a lot of human beings, you know. But it's a cool one.
Some people would just do as much as they're doing today.
Yeah, YOLO, you know.
I think suicide rates will go up massively.
Yeah, well, no. So what's amazing is that there's like that replica that I showed you, but there's some positive things in replica, right, which have really come out now, where they're using the AI to become a psychological companion. Right now, that is phenomenal. Like the things you can do now, which, you know, where there are millions of people who can't afford the best therapist.
Scale and the cost.
Yeah, so now I can take the best therapies, feed it into a machine, show them how the best therapies in the world work. I can get millions of the best therapists in the world to then feed in how they give. The machine will learn and probably be able to replicate the best therapists in the world even better than them. Now imagine what that does to the psychology of a human population who maybe doesn't understand who they are. So again, like often we'll get caught up in this little problem here and go, yeah, but hang on, wait a second, there's a bigger picture. There's a missed opportunity. Like, yes, there's dystopia, I agree, you know, and I'm not minimizing that, but there's another as Marcus said, there's another universe which is insane, which is
Yeah.
just incredible. And there are a lot of us who are into that universe who are going, we're going to have a world which is incredible, where people live way longer, where people are able to do things that they can never imagine they could possibly do, where people can have insights about themselves and their body that we never had before. Like, there's that universe. So, like, my take is, which one do you want to be in?
Yeah.
You know?
I think it's,
Only the sober.
I think it's really, really exciting and scary at the same time. I think, unfortunately, we've come to the end of our discussion for today, and hopefully we're going to be doing this a lot more often, because I think there's so much more to discuss, and there's so many people out there, I guess, who can participate in these conversations. So, Akiva, I would like to thank you, Johan, Marcus, for joining us today, and we hope to be chatting soon. I'm going to hand it back to Oscar. So thank you very much for listening, and thanks for your questions.
Thank you for having me.
Stretching your legs.
Thanks, Ron, and thank you very much to everyone. This was an awesome discussion. Kind of reflecting on today, you know, we initially started talking about artificial intelligence, and I think to some extent, if you use the term AI, it sounds like the two syllables makes it an easy conversation. But there's so many layers to this that it's clearly not a end point. It's a journey that we find ourselves on. Now, I first want to just thank the panelists for their contribution today. I'd like to thank the attendees. Hope you've been able to get great value out of today's engagement. But as I was thinking about closing remarks, it dawned on me, we're talking about artificial intelligence, and having kind of listened to the conversation today, the actual intelligence that we have in our panelists probably would frame the reality of what one should take away from this engagement as closing remarks, much better than having to chat GPT it. Recognizing that I think none of our phones were listening to the conversation, but you never know. So I thought, from a closing remarks perspective, I'd kind of just pose a general question to all the panelists. If you kind of look at where we find ourselves in this journey, and it's safe to say there's levels of variation to who's successful, who's unsuccessful. The stats say we're mostly going to be unsuccessful, with a 9 out of 10 failure rate. What would be the most sensible next step for someone to take, irrespective if they are trying to implement artificial intelligence or trying to get their head around the topic or trying to stay out of trouble? And so perhaps we should start with Marcus and get a view from his side.
Good question. Probably many answers, but I don't want to ramble on too much now on this particular point. I would say appreciate your life, carpe diem, enjoy your day, enjoy your family, enjoy all the human values we have, and do that every day, and just try to have as much fun as possible. The rest comes by itself. You know, I try to understand AI by exploring it in a playful way, and there's many ways how you can do that, whether that's a Lego robot or a drone with third-party AI, or an application. Just be mindful of the dangers that might entail. And you know, as a risk manager, this might sound a little bit odd, but I would encourage you to take some measured risks, because that's the only way how you can understand what's actually at stake here. So yeah, carpe diem, have fun, enjoy yourselves, enjoy your family, human values. The rest will hopefully follow by itself, you know.
Thanks, Marcus. Akiva?
So what's that Einstein again about if you do the same thing again and again? How's it go again? Hey?
Insanity. I
Yeah,
think
something
that's
about insanity. So I mean, I guess building what you're saying, Marcus, as well, is the ability to to shift into a new world, because we're there already. It's not like we're going into a new world or AI is going to come. It's already here. So I guess the question is, if you're looking at stepping into that world, if you carry on doing the same stuff, right, obviously it's not going to work well, right? So kind of, I guess, a different way of how to step in there. But the real kind of question would be, if you're going to step into this new world and take it seriously, how do you do it? If we know failure is like 1/10, that means like out of 9/10 of you are going to stuff it up, right? And probably more. Then the question is really, surround yourself with some different people who know the space, right? Bring them into your world as quickly as possible. Allow for yourself to be open enough to go, tell me what I'm not seeing, like this new language, because it really is a new language. You're kind of saying, hey, what if the whole world is now Japan or China, whatever? So and you don't speak any Chinese. So we've seen in learning languages, which is fascinating, it can often take 6 months, even for an adult like you or me. 6 months of, so we often think AI and we think, oh my God, where do I start? 6 months, apply yourself. Anyone out there, even if you're new to AI, throw yourself into the world, give yourself 6 months, expose yourself every single day to new learning around that, and particularly around real experts, people who have real experience. I guarantee you in 6 months' time, you will have a different understanding of the way things are. Good luck.
Great. Johan?
I think, look, maybe just to build on what both of you have said, on the one hand, I think it's not that difficult to understand this technology. I think if you can read past all the hype and all the nonsense and the noise that's out there are some fundamentals that one needs to understand. I think, and I agree with you, Akiva, bring in the right influences into your life, or make sure you're listening to or reading the right sources, a variety of sources. But there's a lot of, again, on those two spectrums, the absolute, and I maybe am leaning toward the more dystopian side, but make sure you get a variety of views. And then maybe just back to what was also said, in the midst of this technological explosion, often, stop using your mobile phone. Love your loved ones. Think about the future of our children and do the things that bring you pleasure as a human. And eat good food, man, and drink good scotch. And don't just think about AI all the time. With that, I say amen.
Thanks, gents. So I think there was a statement coined by Johan, who kind of went something like, you can't automate common sense. And it sounds kind of, just by listening to the responses, that being human, treat it as a gift, because it is something that we have that will stay unique from technology, irrespective of how people are trying to mimic individuals. So I thank you very much for those deep insights. For the attendees, this event is recorded and will be accessible via our YouTube channel. So if you want to kind of look at some of the richness that's been recorded, I made a lot of notes, but it's safe to say that probably need a packet of popcorn for the next round. And then we are planning on hosting future events. So if anyone wants to share any ideas of what they would actually like to get into, as you can see, this conversation is definitely not over. This is an evolving conversation for us, so we look forward to a future installment. But recognizing the diversity of how technology is influencing our life and the realities that we need to deal with from a business perspective, and kind of growing prosperity through startups and various initiatives that comes with that. There's a lot of topics to be covered that I'm sure people might be wondering, what are other people thinking about that? So thank you very much. And I think at this happy point, John, I'm going to hand over to you to do the final closing. Thank you.
Down. Yes, thank you. Thank you for having us here as speakers and panelists. I wanted to thank Oscar and his team for all the arrangements and planning this wonderful event, for the audiovisual team. It was so professional, it was a lot of fun. I'm so energized now by this topic. I mean, I can go on for a long, long time. But to everyone who joined us, thank you for your time. We hope it was beneficial, and I agree with Oscar. There are so many different topics out there that would be of benefit to hear about. We look forward to seeing you at our future events. Keep an eye out for the social media feeds. And again, just remember to stay human in this age of AI. Thank you.